has challenged the evils of homophobia and racism throughout his life. His legacy leaves a salient lesson for us.
You sound like you are.
What?
Podium's out. Awarding the late Bayard Rustin the presidential.
I'm not controlling it. It's coming from out. Tell them to bring it down.
Bring down the podium.
Okay, never mind. Back up.
Podium up.
Check. Our next speaker, the president of Habitat for Humanity, Jonathan Reckford.
What does the Lord require of you but to act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God? These words from Micah 6:8 stir my heart just as much today as they did decades ago when I first heard them from my grandmother. Every time I saw her, she would recite this verse and challenge me to be useful. My outspoken grandmother was Millicent Fenwick, a congresswoman from New Jersey who came to politics through the civil rights movement and marched with Leon Sullivan. She considered the Old Testament prophets' instructions as marching orders, a mandate to fight vigorously against injustice and for equality. At Habitat for Humanity, our vision is similar to Dr. King's beloved community. We break down barriers as we build up walls, and we bring people together in an effort to create a world where everyone has a decent place to live. Since 1976, Habitat has helped more than 3 million people realize their dreams for a better future, because no one should live in poverty housing. We will not let our hammers or our voices rest until the world believes that safe, decent, affordable housing matters. The reality is that if children don't live in decent homes, the odds of their staying healthy plummet. If they don't stay healthy, they won't do well in school. Without a decent education, they can't get jobs, they won't be able to provide for their families, or break the stranglehold of poverty. We cannot abide that. We have
Next speaker is the Deputy U.S. Program Director for Human Rights Watch, Maria McFarland Sanchez Marino.
Good morning. What impressed me the most about this country was a very simple fact, that all around me, in newspapers, in college classrooms, on TV and radio, there was an active dialogue, sometimes frustrating, but an active one, about our rights. In law school, we spent weeks talking about the 14th Amendment to the Constitution and its guarantee of equal protection. People talked about race, gender, sexual orientation. Even more exciting to me, people seemed empowered. They knew that if they spoke up, they could change things. As a Latina woman, I also realized that the opportunities open to me were there thanks to the efforts of many other people who in more difficult times demanded a more just society. So it's wonderful now to be with you to help honor those who marched 50 years ago in the name of equal rights for all. Yet in my work, I also see that the U.S. still has a long way to go. The U.S. has the largest reported prison population in the world. People of color are far more likely to be arrested or imprisoned than whites. Too many migrants live in fear of being torn away from their families, and that makes them easy prey for those who would abuse their rights. Poverty has increased in the recent decades, and far too many of the poorest are women and people of color. The list goes on, but we also have reasons for hope. Policymakers are starting to take steps to bring more humanity.
Our next speaker, a young lady who has kept the faith, has dealt with voter suppression throughout this nation, the President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, the Dr. Barbara Unwin.
Good morning, everyone. We are here today because there's a great spirit sweeping this land. It is a spirit demanding justice for all Americans, a spirit that knows no boundaries based on race, color, or who you love, a spirit that demands that every human being be dignified, a spirit that says there is a right to be just in every aspect of our lives, the spirit that says that we must have the right to vote, that nothing is more important than that everyone has a right to vote, a spirit that demands the end in our nation to voter suppression, the end to Supreme Court injustice, that says an end to voter suppression in North Carolina, Texas, Alabama, attempted. We must allow the people to vote. Everyone, remember that if you remember nothing else, rise up.
He serves with his father in ministry and his biological father, the Reverend Jasper Williams, Jr. He is the Reverend Joseph Williams, pastor of the Salem Bible Church of Atlanta, Georgia.
God bless you. Why are you here? To commemorate or to participate? To commemorate means I'm celebrating something that has already occurred. But to participate means I'm actively involved within something within a narrow pericope of time called right now. Are you here because you want to be seen, or do you desire to be a part of change? Are you here to point fingers and blame or hold hands with your brother or your sister? 50 years ago, the works of our forefathers and mothers allowed us to see the realization of the first black president, but our country still has a race issue that all of us need to be a part of. Why are you here? The change is not a black thing, it's not a white thing, it's not a yellow thing, it's not a gay or a straight thing, it is an American thing. And for us to eliminate racism, we must obliterate the concept of race, to understand there is only one race, and that is the human race. God bless.
Our next speaker is the president of George Mason University, Dr. Angel Cabrera.
Not because they're not smart enough, not because they're not talented enough, not because they're not ready to work hard enough, but because their parents may not be rich enough, because they may not be American enough, because they may not be documented enough. Dr. King said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." He said the time is always right to do what's right. I say the time to break down the barriers of access to education is now. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for education. Most of us wouldn't be here if it weren't for education. The American dream is not a destination, it is a struggle. It is a struggle that takes the work of all of us. Let's struggle together, let's dream together. Mucha suerte a todos, luchemos juntos por el acceso a la educación. Gracias. God bless.
Our next speaker, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, economist and director of Columbia University Earth Institute.
If the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice, as Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us, It is because righteous souls in each generation pull that ark towards its hallowed end. 50 years ago at this spot, King spoke to righteous men and women who braved police dogs and water cannon to fulfill their role in shaping the moral universe. They did their job bravely and well, and we honor them today. Yet the great task of moral construction is never finished. There is no final victory on earth, only an inheritance of justice that each generation must renew and pass to the next. 1963 was a year of moral crisis and renewal. It was a year to rescue America's soul and to move the world, as John F. Kennedy did with the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It was a year of martyrdom of that young president who told us that when one man is enslaved, all are not free. 2013 is another year of moral crisis. America is mired in income inequality and poverty. America enslaves multitudes of black and Hispanic young men to feed the greed of its privatized penitentiaries. America despoils the earth by its heedless fracking and burning of fossil fuels. And America sends drone missiles that kill innocent wedding-goers in a misguided war on Islam. It is our turn to bend the arc of the moral. We too must banish the moneylenders, not from the temple, but from the lobbies of Congress and the White House. We too must beat swords into plowshares, joining together with Iranians, Egyptians, Palestinians, and Israelis to honor the prophets of peace. And we must end our assault on nature, leaving oil and coal in the ground and harvesting the sun and the wind instead. In our age of greed and glitter, the work of justice often seems to be stilled. But do not be deceived, for the ancient cry still moves us today. Justice, justice shall you pursue, so that you may live in the promised land.
Our next speaker.
Hello, this is Ben Wickler. I'm broadcasting live from the March on Washington 50th anniversary with We Act Radio 1480 AM in Washington, D.C., online on YouTube, powered by MoveOn.org. We are on the MoveOn.org front page, joined by Credo and a variety of partners from the progressive movement across the country. And I am delighted to begin today's coverage with an interview with a gentleman who was here 50 years ago. At the time, he was a rank-and-file union member. Now he's a union vice president. And he has lived through the whole arc of the civil rights movement and the progress in this country. And his granddaughter, who is also here, joining us at the March on Washington. So this is a very special way to begin today. I'm just going to make sure that we can all hear ourselves in the headphones. Boom. And here we are. So maybe I could ask you guys to just start by introducing yourselves to our listeners. Mr. Jones, if you could begin.
My name is Raglan George Jr. I'm the Executive Director of District Council 1707, AFSCME, New York. I'm also International Vice President of AFSCME.
My name is Ayanna Jackson, and I'm Raglan George's great-granddaughter.
Great-granddaughter. Excuse me. Mr. Jones, you look so young. I didn't know. All right.
I know. I'll market that later.
So here we are. It's 2013. We're in front of the Lincoln Memorial, and we can hear the speakers beautifully, but if we could crank the headphones even louder, our audience will be able to hear us more powerfully. Okay. This is unfortunately as loud as our headphones will go. So I'm just gonna.
Young people are being locked out of society or locked up.
What I'm going to do is talk so you can hear me without the headphones. Okay. So here we are at the March on Washington 50 years after the first one. Let's start by talking about what the experience was like 50 years ago. Do you remember that day? Do you remember when you arrived at the march, what you saw and what was going through your mind on that day?
Over their lifetimes.
I'm now seeing here.
As you see, I brought a picture, which you can't see on radio, of me at the march during that period.
Our nation needs them.
And it was awesome. It was a mass of human trust for one another. It was a mass of hope and aspiration for working people in this country. It was a mass of people looking for justice and jobs and peace in this country. And they were black and white and Hispanic and parents and mothers and churches and schools and gay, lesbian, everybody came together in one moment to dramatize the need for enough is enough in this country. We all should have peace and prosperity for all members of the society.
What was going through your mind when you first arrived that morning and you saw the crowd there?
Well, of course, we were so excited about it. But as we got closer to Washington and we were listening to the stories of buses not being able to come into Washington because the roads were so packed with people and the awesome mass of humanity that was coming into Washington, we got more and more excited. Now, the one thing that excited us more was the speeches before the major Martin Luther King speech, were the speeches prior to that by women and other folks, leaders of this country, who came together and spoke from the church and the clergy and everywhere else. And that led up to the major speech that Martin Luther King gave, which was awesome. We were not able to be on top of it, but we heard it in the back, and we heard it was tremendous.
Yeah. And as you look over this span and think about today, what do you feel like has changed? What progress do you feel like has been made, and what's the most important thing to do now?
I think that march woke a lot of folks up, and it made them understand the needs of the people. It understands the needs of civil rights being a major part of the society that we live in, and everybody counts, and that we were not going to take it anymore. And I think legislators, along with other folks who were not interested in what was going on, but now are and were, and I think it woke everybody up, but then we let them go back to sleep. So we accomplished a lot in that march. We also lost a lot. We lost an opportunity to fill the public schools with some history about civil rights and labor and struggles in this country, and we missed that. We woke up again when Occupy Wall Street came about.
That's right.
Where the young folks came back to the fore and took charge and said, look, enough of this, let's change this society. And we let that get away. But we haven't lost it yet. We still have an opportunity to cap on that. But we're back here again to continue this march that took place in 1963, because we've got a lot more work to do. We watched Emmett Till and Michael Swerner. We watched Rodney King. We watched Kevin Martin. All of these sacrifices that we're making coming forward, and we still haven't got there yet. And people still don't understand the need to participate in this movement, this great movement.
Yeah, boy. Well, speaking of the young people, let's turn to your great-granddaughter. Did you grow up hearing the stories about the civil rights movement of your great-grandfather's generation?
Yeah, I did.
And did you think that you'd get the chance to be involved in this kind of way? Was that something that you aspired to do in your own life?
Well, yeah, because I think I should step up, our generation should step up and follow what they did, so we can have a better, future and things like that.
Well, thank you guys both so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've kicked off our coverage here. We're with We Act Radio, 1480 AM in Washington, D.C., streaming online at MoveOn.org and across the web. I hope you have a great day, and maybe we can check in towards the end of the day about how it went.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is still not working yet, sir.
I might just do it without the...
This in New York City must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole. Dr. King added a warning against what he called the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Today, as we underline America's enormous needs, Dr. King's phrase, overriding loyalty to humankind, also demands our attention. Yet conformist thought stops us from trying to assist. We must ask, do we want democracy here, but only dependable friends elsewhere? Is the life of someone...
Our next speaker the social activist, civil rights leader, Chairman Emeritus of the NAACP.
Oh, yeah, that's it? Oh, I thought he forgot to give him his name. I met this man when I was just a sophomore in college. Ladies and gentlemen, was it Vice President of the United States? Ladies and gentlemen, long before there was a Barack Obama, there was a Julian Bond that was nominated for Vice President of the United States. And he was a citizen of the USA and a proud citizen of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, Julian Bond.
Thank you, thank you. I hope that didn't come out of my 2 minutes. I'm delighted to be here, just as I was delighted to be here 50 years ago. Then we could not have imagined we'd be here 50 years later with a black president and a black attorney general. But that's a measure of how far we have come. But still, we march. We march because Trayvon Martin has joined Emmett Till in the pantheon of young black martyrs. We march because the United States Supreme Court has eviscerated the Voting Rights Act, for which we fought and died. We march because every economic indicator shows gaping white-black disparities. We march for freedom from white supremacy. But still, we have work to do. None of it is easy, but we have never wished our way to freedom. Instead, we've always worked our way. Today, we have much more to work with, and we take heart that so much has changed. The changes that have come have everything to do with the work of the modern movement for civil rights. We must not forget that Dr. King stood for the people who made the mighty movement what it was. From Jamestown slave pens to Montgomery's boycotted buses. Can you hear me now? These ordinary men and women labored in obscurity. And from Montgomery forward, they provided the foot soldiers of the Freedom Army. They shared with King an abiding faith in America. They walked in dignity.
But you can hear me.
Rather than ride in
Okay, all right, great. So first of all, we got the Black Youth Project here representing at the 50th Anniversary March on Washington here on WEAC Radio, 1480 AM. I'm Garland Gilchrist. I'm here interviewing Bakari and Jamira with the Black Youth Project. How y'all doing? Good. So please tell me sort of, what brought y'all, what brings y'all here, what you want to see accomplished today.
Well, we're here with the Black Youth Project, which is a collective, a network of 100 Black youth leaders from all over the United States working across over a dozen different issues, from reproductive rights, LGBT rights, school to prison pipeline, violence,
education, any issue you could think of, we have young people that work around those issues.
That's what's up. And so I would imagine that pretty much everything you hear on the stage is something that y'all are working on, right?
Yes, these are people who are on the ground making action in their communities and taking those issues to the national scale in many ways.
And so what do you think? Do you think that there are enough young people being engaged in planning things like this or planning these actions? Do you want to see more of them?
The Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr.
So I think there are enough young people. I mean, I think there are a lot of young people who are making amazing change around the country in their communities and abroad, but I don't think there's enough young people who have the opportunity to be on stages like this, to voice their concerns to mass audience, and to also make sure that the world at large know that young people not only care about these issues, but they're making change in their communities.
Participating in this march today, and people who are watching online or listening to it on the radio, like given that we want to have more young people on stage, we got you right here right now.
I think we have an overall message of solidarity. So we have so many different issues that are represented within BYP, and the message that we want to get out to everyone is that there's space for everyone in the movement. It doesn't have to be a prioritizing, your issue over my issue over your issue, that there's space for everyone to be the best leader that they can be within our space, and that if we work together, we can really kind of collectively outwit, if you will, our opponent.
Right, so tell me, so what's next for BYP after after today, I mean, I know you guys have been doing amazing work this year and in previous years. What's next for you after today? What's the next big thing you're working on?
Well, I think, as Bakari mentioned, is that we all 100 of us work on separate issues, but we're finding now ways how we can collaborate across sectors and make sure that we recognize that any injustice in any community, regardless of whatever issue it is all of our issue. And so now we're moving forward with trying to create a platform where young people always feel like their voices are being heard and always feel like their issues are being represented.
That's amazing, that's important, and that's what this movement is all about. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
He said too much war, too few jobs, too little social uplift. Mr. moral and spiritual background.
Skill, his problem rating went down, but his values and standards went up. He said, reject me if you will, those who want to embrace me, but I was speaking will be heard. And so keep dreaming of the constitutional right to vote. Stop the madness in North Carolina and Texas. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming, revive the war on poverty. Keep dreaming. To go from stop and frisk to stop and employ, stop and educate, stop and house, stop and choose schools over jails. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming student loan debt forgiveness as a stimulus. Keep dreaming. Revive the U.S. Civil Rights Commission with the conscience of our nation. Keep dreaming. Restore foreclosed housing. Keep dreaming. Comprehensive immigration reform that includes Africa, Haiti, and the Caribbean. Keep dreaming. 50 years later, we are free but not equal. Keep dreaming. Choose life over death. Futures over funerals, and more graduation than less funerals. And so keep the faith, and through it all, keep hope alive. It gets dark, but the Lord is our light. It gets dangerous, but even through battle.
Whoa. Our next speaker is Attorney Patricia Rozier, President, National Bar Association, President of the Washington Bar Association, Legal Fund, Inc., and the Christian Products Company.
Stand our ground for justice. On behalf of the National Bar Association, the nation's oldest and largest bar association of attorneys of color, founded in 1925, I'm very honored to be here today. For the last 88 years, the National Bar Association has always stood its ground by using our legal skills to oppose and dismantle unjust laws like stop and frisk. As social engineers, we will continue to stand our ground to protect voting and civil rights, like the recent voter nullification case in Alabama, Ford versus Strange. We will stand our ground to protect equal pay and equal access to justice and all of our constitutional rights. The National Bar Association also supports the Trayvon Martin Foundation to end or amend these vigilante laws. Much progress has been made in the 50 years since Dr. Martin Luther King stood right here. But now, all of the many legal gains that we have made are under relentless attack. We can't stop our progress. We can't go back. We must not go back. Stand with me. Stand with the National Bar. We're going to stand to continue to stand our ground for justice.
Our next speaker is the President and CEO.
All right, ready. On Civil and Human Rights, Mr. Wade Henderson. My friends, we gather today on hallowed ground. Just like those who came before us 50 years ago, we are here to petition our government, our fellow Americans, to protect and perfect the dream that we commemorate this week. We follow the freedom trail blazed by generations of men and women, some of whom made headlines, all of whom made history.
Okay. All right.
Together they changed America, forever and for the better.
I'm good.
We celebrate their courage.
All right, welcome back to WEAC Radio live stream, 1480 AM here in DC. Bridget and I are here with Dedrick Muhammad, the director of the economics department at the NAACP. He's going to talk to us about the economic policy agenda for this March, for the NAACP, and for the progressive movement. Dedrick, welcome here to the
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
So what does it mean to you to be here today?
What it mean? I was here for the 20th anniversary of the March on Washington. I was like 9. And at that time, one of the great things we were fighting for was to make Martin Luther King a national holiday. And I think, it is a positive and exciting development that I think people don't realize this, but Martin Luther King wasn't mainstream in America, even in the 70s and 80s. And but over the last 20, 30 years, we've seen that he has been, and his legacy's been accepted as inherently part of the American dream. But now what we need to do is enact what his dream was about into reality, because sadly still, particularly as it gets to economics, we have not enacted and seen the progress that we've seen in other areas, particularly as it relates to racial economic inequality.
Good. So what are the core elements of the economic policy agenda that you're working on at the NAACP?
Well, we've had 4 main program areas. One program area is fair lending, that really came out of the Great Recession and the mass foreclosure crisis, and trying to work with whether it's nonprofit organizations, major banks, and with policy people about how to create sustainable home ownership. African Americans are still minority homeowners, meaning that less than 50%, really about 43% of African Americans are homeowners. Home ownership is the #1 source of wealth. So until we strengthen home ownership for African Americans, we're going to have major problems around racial wealth inequality. So there's fair lending. We're also dealing with some of the predatory lending as it relates to payday lending. But there's fair lending. We have community economic development, and that is working with local organizations to figure out, okay, what type of entrepreneurship, what types of businesses, what types of resources do communities have to make their communities not concentrated areas of economic disenfranchisement, but areas of opportunity. So we have fair lending, community economic development. We have opportunity and diversity. That's where we're focused on working with private corporations to make sure, and actually to help strengthen their diversity practices. We still see, though, I think nowadays you see African Americans at all levels. The only problem is you don't see us at the right numbers. You might have one person at this space, another person at that space, but what you need is strong numbers of African Americans, Latinos, all Americans throughout the workforce, and most private corporations still haven't reached that level yet. And then finally, we have our area of financial economic education, help people understand the issues, and so they don't just first hear about the importance of tax policy right before a major vote in Congress, but they've been learning and understanding these issues for a long time and mobilizing around that. And we're working with over 1,200 units across the country, NAACP units, to do stronger advocacy as it relates to economic policy.
So what's the difference in energy level between this march and the last time that you were here marching on Washington?
That's interesting. I mean, I think for me the major difference is I was 9 or 10 years old, and now I'm I hate to say it, I'm 40 years old at the but glad to say working at the NAACP. So because of what's happened with the economy, what's happened with Trayvon Martin, what's happened with racial profiling laws and Voting Rights Act, there's much more of a recognition that this needs to be a recommitment, a reignition of a movement dealing with a lot of the issues they dealt with in '63 and make sure that we get them right today in 2013.
So, while you were 9 or 10, I was not quite 1 yet.
Okay. So you're still in your 30s. You're still a young man. Very good.
My question about that, though, is it feels like in the last 30 years, we've seen the entire progressive movement not only grow and diversify, but I also feel like in this year, we seem to be unified. There are so many issues represented from the stage today. And I just want to know how are you thinking about weaving economic empowerment through all those different issues, through the different rights and access issues that we're dealing with, whether it's LGBT, whether it's immigration reform? Like, what's the intersection of all those?
Well, I think one thing is economic inequality, economic justice is something that affects everybody. whether you're gay, whether you're a woman, whether you're a racial minority, whether what have you, economic inequality is an issue that we all have to deal with. I think all Americans have, or 99% of Americans have faced a middle class that seems to be getting weaker, that it seems to be getting more tight, and there's a recognition that something needs to change in the economy of the country. So, we've had a very strong success in the NAACP through Reverend Dr. Barber, of our president of North Carolina State, with his Moral Mondays movement that have really brought together labor activists, women's rights activists, gay rights activists, voting rights activists, African American community to come together because they realize that the forces that are attacking their rights comes from one area, and that we all need to come together to address that type of repressive legislation. So I really look at Moral Mondays in North Carolina as an example of what we're hoping to do nationally, and of the we can look back. Does it have a will? And hopefully today we will say that yes, the country does have the will.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
They were demanding jobs, demanding freedom, and desiring to live the American dream, things that all humans want: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, we come here honoring their work and the achievements that they've made. But we lift up our grievances. We are calling for national action to realize the dream. We still need jobs. We still need freedom. Freedom from laws that rob us of our democratic rights, that threaten our pursuit of equality, that spit in the face of our freedom. We will and still do have work to do. Today, we stand united to kick off our national action for jobs, for voting rights, for workers' rights, for a living wage, for citizenship for immigrants, for women to have the right to make decisions about their own bodies, for women to earn as much as a man, for our gay brothers and sisters to be free from discrimination in the workplace or anywhere else. We stand to protect our communities from racial profiling, stop and frisk, and stand your ground. We stand to say that education must be a top priority. College students who want to go to college should not have to mortgage their future to do so. We stand for veterans to gain jobs. We come together for national action to realize the dream. Without justice, there will be no peace. No justice, no peace.
I stand before you today representing the first generation of my family not to pick cotton since arriving on this continent hundreds of years ago. My mother, Vanessa,
50th anniversary. I'm joined with my co-host, Garland Gilchrist II of MoveOn.org. We are live with the We Act Radio live stream powered by MoveOn.org, Ethical Electric, streaming support by Credo. And we are joined by our guest, Dr. Charles Thiel Jr., the president of the SCLC, one of the historic organizations that's been involved in leading this fight all the way through in so many profound ways.
That's right.
What is this day like for you to be here?
It's a great day, 50 years later. 50 years ago, I was a 17-year-old boy in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and I was outside playing ball, and my mother and father said, "Come here, boy, watch this TV." History being made today. Not knowing that one day I'll be at the helm of Dr. King's organization.
That's right. That's right.
But we feel like everything changed, but nothing has changed. We're going back to ground zero. And that's because we could have done a better job with my generation passing baton. But also, the generation coming behind us could have done better as well, but we dropped the baton. I'm the first to admit, we dropped the baton. We should have set up implementation centers, bringing about opportunity of training, institutionalized and internationalizing the CLC.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the best thing that this generation can learn from your generation of leaders? You guys did blaze a trail, and so you feel like you may have dropped the baton a little bit now, but what advice would you give for us today going forward?
Well, first of all, be totally committed. You have to be committed to giving up the supreme sacrifice, which is your life. You can't get involved and commit to freedom unless you are really seriously committed to fulfilling the dream and fulfilling the commitment to go all the way, even if it takes death, even if it takes you being assassinated like Dr. King. The supreme sacrifice. I mean, you have to die anyway. One day, we all have to leave. But what's the purpose? What are you living and existing for if you don't find a reason?
Is there, what's the thing that stands out to you?
Well, the first thing come to mind is that I was an elected official for 18 years. I was one of the first black city council person in the city of Tuscaloosa. After the marching and demonstration that I did, I was an elected official there as a city councilman. After that, I went on to the state senate. I served there for 10 years. So I was the first black African-American colored senator from Tuscaloosa since Reconstruction.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so that didn't happen by osmosis. That didn't happen by somebody waving the baton. A lot of folks gave it up, and to a large degree they were lynched, they were tortured, and they were separated from their families, went to jail. But in all, the ultimate goal is that we were able to achieve those type of opportunities so we can help others.
Yeah.
So my family, so you talk about Tuscaloosa, so my family is from Central Alabama, Bullock County, and Lowndes County, Alabama. Right. And I listen to my relatives, they tell the stories about what happened to them, 50 years ago and even a few years ago now. But what we're seeing in so many southern states is sort of a reignition of some of the worst and most hateful things that have happened, several generations ago. And it's not only targeting, black people that are living in those areas, but it's also targeting immigrants and Latinos as well.
That's correct.
So do you have a message to send to the people who are fighting back in Alabama against the immigration in 1956 and last year? People who are fighting the across the South, North Carolina.
Our next speaker is the founding senior pastor of the Empowerment Temple African Methodist Episcopal Church, president, Empowerment.
That's right, but first of all, the historicity of the civil rights movement is self-explanatory. If you go back and study the leaders and the movement, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now, what you must realize that Dr. King fought both race. They have classism, which is just as bad as racism. We reach a certain plateau, and we think that we have arrived. And I tell them, well, you might have arrived, but you got off at the wrong station. You're not at your destination. So don't repeat the same mistakes that we made in terms of not unifying and working together. You must also realize that education is very important. But if you get the proper education, it will teach you to go back and bring others along with you so they can get exactly and precisely what you got.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That has privatized prison systems so that our black men will be incarcerated and not go to universities. If you don't have it there, go to Stand Your Ground Law to see why it is that Trayvon's murderer is walking around free and black people are behind bars. We declare it's time for you to pay. And if you're going to get the money, please don't have China do it, because they're already buying too much of Africa as it is. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a place not to roll over and to play dead, but we understand America must cash this check. And America, please don't think we're going to wait another 50 years to pay us, because we found another stream of resource. We will look to the hills from whence cometh our help, and he will supply all of our needs. Walk together, children. Don't you get weary.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, the chair of the National Council of Negro Women, Ingrid.
Dream speech in Detroit, Michigan, at a march hosted by Reverend C.L. Franklin, Reverend Albert Clegg, Walter Reuther, all of the leadership of labor, the NAACP, and the Urban League. And then I watched him on TV 50 years ago when he spoke the dream words again.
I just heard Julian Bond and Reverend Jesse Jackson and so many other leaders. And Ingrid Saunders-Jones is on the stage right now, standing there as the leader of the National Council of Negro Women. And it makes me think of leaders such as Dr. Dorothy Height and everything that, all of those that came before us fought for 50 years ago, why they marched. And we're here today, and we know that a lot has changed in our country. We've achieved a lot, but sadly much still remains the same. And so today we're standing here fighting for jobs, fighting for voting rights, fighting for equal justice in our nation. And so it's moving to be here to stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, but also to be here to recommit ourselves to making sure that we continue to fight until Dr. King's dream is realized for every single American in this nation.
So Joteka, I want to focus on the voting rights piece because it's such a fundamental and really seminal issue, and it's painful to see that 50 years later we're still having the same fight about ballot access. So can you just talk a little bit about what the NAACP is doing to further voting rights in the country?
Well, the NAACP is working with a broad, diverse group of organizations, including Move On, environmentalists. We've all come together because we know that this is a dire situation in our country. We are seeing the most aggressive attack on restrict the right to vote for millions of Americans. And we're at a point in our country right now that millions of people are without protections in our country. And it's vital that the U.S. Congress uses its authority and make sure that we fix Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act, because we've got to actually make sure that we're making democracy work in our country.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So one thing that you mentioned just a second ago was people like Dorothy Height. What does it mean as a woman to be here? I know that back 50 years ago, there weren't a lot of women here. Now there are so many women here. What does that mean?
It means a lot. It means a lot. And I've been thinking a lot about this. 50 years ago, only 2 women spoke at the March on Washington. And that was a fight. That's a little known piece of history, is that, Josephine Baker and Daisy Bates were the only 2 women to bring remarks. Now, we do know that Ms. Mahalia Jackson and Marian Anderson, they also were there, and they gave riveting renditions of the national anthem and other songs. But then women had to fight. But they were, just because they were absent from the stage, they were the heart and soul of the movement.
Amen.
Women like Dr. Height were lead strategists, Rosa Parks, lead strategist, Fannie Lou Hamer, lead strategists, but they were absent. In the famous meeting that took place after the march in 1963, no women were at that meeting. But let's look 50 years later at that meeting that President Obama had 50 years later, and you see that photo of all of those women that are at the table as well. And to hear those women that are up on the stage today, it means so much to me as a woman who walked in the tradition of Fannie Lou Hamer and Ida B. Wells and Dr. Dorothy Height.
Well, amen. It's so good to see the ladies represented, and I'm so glad that you're here doing it. Thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Each year, Planned Parenthood across the country sees nearly 3 million patients.
These women and men of all ages, races, and backgrounds don't come to Planned Parenthood to make a political statement. They come to get quality, affordable health care, which we provide. And yet, already this year, we have seen a record number of laws, almost 700, that would cut off access not only to safe and legal abortion, but to birth control, STD and cancer screenings, even sex education. Now, back in the 60s and 70s, the motto of the women's movement was, "The personal is political." But I gotta tell you, in 2013, these politics are starting to seem pretty darn personal to me. I stand here today.
Nyajong! My name is Mi Moa, and I'm the president of Asian Americans Advancing Justice. On August 28, 1963, 35 members of the Japanese American Citizens League marched alongside their brothers and sisters of the civil rights struggle, asserting their claim to the dream. Todd Endo, a teenager who was inspired by his mother's fight for justice, post the Japanese internment camps, joined the march and carried the banner that said, "For better Americans in a better America." Today, Todd Endo is here again, but now he stands among hundreds of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander brothers and sisters, representing 35 national AANHPI organizations. And together we bring with us the voices of more than 18 million Asian Americans who we as a nation face many barriers in our efforts to achieve greatness. And we have been dealt some harsh setbacks. In the words of Dr. King, now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. We have the means to make these promises real. What we need is the political will and the populist commitment to these principles. We need leaders who have the moral compass to make such a commitment to making real the promises of our democracy. So today we are 18 million Asian Americans proud to stand once again with our brothers and sisters in the civil and human rights community, still committed to, still striving for, still shaping better Americans for a better America in pursuit of the dream.
The next speaker, President, Director Counsel, NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, Cheryl Lynn Eiffel, followed by Maria Teresa Kumar, President of Voto Latino.
I stand before you representing this nation's greatest civil rights law organization, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Our lawyers litigated and argued the Shelby County voting rights case in the United States Supreme Court this year. 60 years ago, our lawyers, led by Thurgood Marshall, litigated and won Brown versus Board of Education. Most importantly, I stand before you on behalf of the people we represent from all over this country. People like Ernest Montgomery and Earl Cunningham and all of the black voters in Shelby County, Alabama, who bravely stood up to fight for equality and fairness in voting. I represent those today on whose behalf we fight in the courts, those who have been stopped, frisked, foreclosed on, shut out, profiled, children placed in the school-to-prison pipeline, men who've been sentenced to death row because they are black. We know that our voices in the courtroom are not enough. We need to raise our voices in the street as well. We need to let Congress hear us when we tell them they must amend the Voting Rights Act. Let them hear you. And in case they don't hear you today, call them on Monday and tell them again. Tell our state houses we don't want stand your ground laws that allow people to stalk and kill our children and get away with it. And finally, I represent today all of those women who were not allowed to speak at the march 50 years ago. Gloria Richardson and Fannie Lou Hamer and Rosa Parks and Constance Baker.
What an honor it is to be here today. On this day, I am an immigrant. It is a once mighty word brought low in our time by fear and hate. An immigrant, once our greatest bond, some would now use it to divide us. But I want to remind those who might shout out, go back to your country, on a radio show or a comment online, and those who sometimes like to say it more delicately in the House of Congress, I want to remind all of you that the use of that immigrant slur has another name for us. We are American. Some immigrants came to build the railroads. Some led an industrial and technological revolution. Some won World War II. Arlington Cemetery, we're so close to where we are right now, we could hear the whisper of those brave names. Sullivan, Lombardi, Fernandez. Today, walking firmly in the path carved by so many before us, 50 million American Latinos demand our rights. Rights given to us not by the great men in Philadelphia who themselves were immigrants and children of immigrants. No, the rights we all hold to be self-evident, given to us by God. When we demand is simple. First, we are Americans. Treat us as such. Invest in our neighborhoods, in our health, in our education. Second, we demand the vote. Tear down the barriers to voting. Don't bring up more. And finally, end the second-class citizenship of 5 million children and 6 million parents. End the indentured servitude of 11 million people.
A little. You don't need to do like.
come.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're back here, 1480 AM We Act Radio at the 50th Anniversary March on Washington. My name is Garland Gilchrist II, and I'm honored to be here with Hillary Shelton, the Washington Policy Director of the NAACP. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, brother, it's an honor to be with you on this beautiful August day.
Fantastic. So first, I want to, my co-host Bridget has been opening up with an amazing question, and just what does it mean for you to be here on the 50th Anniversary March on Washington?
You know, it's a major milestone. As you know, if we think back to 1963, we're talking about the 100th anniversary of the emancipation of African Americans and slaves. We're also talking about a very turbulent time in our history, where it was clearly recognized, and Dr. King laid out so eloquently, that as much as the America promised through its Constitution, that all of us were equal, that there will be equal protection under law, that indeed we knew it didn't exist, that our country not lived with that promise. As a matter of fact, I think about his words that I thought just crystallized things so well. You know, even as we look at people like A. Philip Randolph, who was here as well. Think about Roy Wilkins, the head of the NAACP, and so many others. But his I Have a Dream speech should never be limited to just the I Have a Dream part, but how he opened the speech. He said we come on the face of the earth. And what we recognize is that our Constitution promises us, much like any promissory note, a check, if I might, that we would have all the protections, rights, and privileges of citizenship. But when we look at the African American community and so many others, we know we fall far short. In essence, as we brought that check forward to cash, it came back stamped insufficient funds. So as we look at the challenges then and challenges now, we see we've come a long way. It's a good time to mark our progress, but also to rechart our direction, where we have to go to fulfill that promise. We know this, we look at voter registration, whatnot. Most people think that everyone should be able to vote. In '63, that wasn't necessarily the belief. They believe that some people just shouldn't be able to do it. So in essence, we've gotten past that. We believe there should be equality for all. If you talk to anyone on the streets, they'll say there should be equal justice and protection for everyone. So we've come a long way in how we perceive those issues, but the reality is something quite different. We know if we look at issues like the criminal justice system, we know that we have 2.4 million Americans in our prisons, but 40% are African Americans. African Americans are only 12.4% of the national population. If we look at issues like education, we know that we drop out at a much higher rate. We know that we don't move on or matriculate as we should, or matriculate through our schools. So we know there's still challenges there. If we look at basic issues like housing and wealth, we know that at the time of the big economic downturn, we reached a point of where 44%, not enough, but 44% of African Americans own their own homes, and of course the wealth that goes with that. If we look now, we realize that because of the economic downturn, over half have lost their homes. have lost their wealth. Over half the wealth in the African American community has been lost. So as we sit here on this day, we're marking all those histories. We're celebrating where we've gotten to, but we're also recharting where we have to go. So I'm looking forward to everything that's going on. Plus, it's wonderful to see, as we look out at the hundreds of thousands who gathered here today, the diversity that's in this audience. We see African Americans and white Americans and Native Americans, Hispanics and Asian Americans, and the very incredible blending of all Americans and so many of the faces and the beautiful smiles like yours.
Oh, thank you.
That we're seeing here today. So it's a wonderful thing.
Absolutely. So one of the things that you mentioned is equal representation under the law and all of the privileges that come with being an American citizen, but yet here we are in D.C., a state with no voting member of Congress. So what do you think about that?
I think it's very undemocratic. The NAACP's had a long position that we have to work to make sure that the nation's capital and the people therein have representation as well. I think it was some great historic figure that said taxation without representation is tyranny. And indeed we have here in the seat of government no representation for the people of Washington. We love the job that our vote. So she can't leverage and work in coalition with others bringing that full power. And we have nobody in the U.S. Senate. We should have 2 U.S. senators. There's no question about it. So we've got to continue to fight that battle. The NAACP and so many other big national organizations agree with that. I believe every organization that was a sponsor of the March on Washington also agrees with that. So we'll continue to work and fight. There's a bill before the U.S. Congress now that will at least give us voting representation in the House. But that's not enough. We've got to move to get those 2 U.S. senators and make sure the voices of the people of Washington, D.C. are heard in both cameras.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Shelton, for coming and joining us, and enjoy the rest of this march. I know we will.
Brother, it's an honor and a pleasure to be. I'm so glad you all are here, and the people of D.C. are so well represented in what you're doing.
It's an honor.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Thank you. That was so good.
The next 3 powerhouse speakers. President of the National Organization of Women, Terry O'Neill, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, Professor of Sociology, Georgetown, and the chair of the NAACP, Dr. Rosalind Brock.
Good morning. Coretta Scott King once said, "Women, if the soul of the nation is to be saved, I believe that you must become its soul." Now, 50 years ago, women were not up here speaking, but here we are today, and as the president of the National Organization for Women, I am so proud to be here with all of you, to speak out, to organize for change, to shake up the system, and yes, to add a little soul. On Thursday, I met with women leaders from the movement where we committed ourselves to a new policy agenda for the 21st century for women. Do not make any mistake, there is a war on women. It is raging on. But we have won the war of ideas for women's equality, and we will not allow a tyrannical minority to send us back to the 1950s or worse. As women, we demand access to the full range of reproductive health care services, including abortion and birth control and prenatal care and comprehensive sex education for our children. As women, we demand good living wage and equal pay for work of equal value. As women, we demand benefit increases, not cuts, in Social Security and Medicare and the social programs that serve and employ women as the social workers and the nurses and the teachers and the child care workers. And because the war on women is so very, very real, as women, we demand a constitutional amendment, a guarantee of voting rights for every citizen, because elections matter in this country. A lot has changed since 1963, but what has not changed is the unwavering commitment of women to take on the tough fights, to do the hard work, to push for the change we need. Women will never go back. Thank you very much.
"50 years ago, our greatest American dreamed eloquently about justice and democracy. 50 years later, we need a team effort to make his dream come true. He had a dream, we need a team to join the vast army of the poor who continue to languish in the corners of our society and struggle against impossible odds to survive. He had a dream, we need a team to join the sea of immigrants who love America so much they're willing to risk life and limb to make this nation a better place. He had a dream, we need a team to join our gay brothers and lesbian sisters as they come out of the closet and enjoy the living room of social freedom and the bedroom of marriage equality. He had a dream, we need a team to join the multitude of women whose bodies are burdened by antiquated science and out-of-step politicians. He had a dream, we need a team to join the youth whose sweet lives are cut short by senseless violence on the streets of our cities. The profound injustices of our country's legal system and the vicious attack on our right to vote. He had a dream, we need a team, joined by the nation's first black president, who must use his bully pulpit to remind America of the commitment to racial justice. Since we know that the death of the first Martin King is linked to the death of the second Martin Trayvon, because they were both unjustly profiled by an intolerant slice of our population. When we do this, we will be able to sing together the words of that great anthem from the last century. The sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, we might as well shine together. Better now than never, business before pleasure. He had a dream, we need a team.
Good morning, friends. I'm pleased to be gathered here with more than 30,000 NAACP peers from across this nation. NAACP, show up! We gather here to honor this golden moment in the history of civil rights. There is no greater way for us to do this than for us to have an honest assessment of the challenges we face today and to be the courageous leaders to meet those challenges. I only got 2 minutes, but I've got 2 hard truths that I want to leave with you. First, last year, in the face of an onslaught of outrageous restrictions on our right to vote, we turned out in unprecedented numbers. Our challenge today, my friends, is to vote in all elections, especially in non-presidential elections, because when we have not, the consequences have been devastating. The House and the Senate are headed for regressive majorities in 2014. So I want you to raise your right hand and take a pledge with me today and say that I promise to vote every year, in every primary, and in every election, no matter what is on the agenda. Now I want you to go back home and tell your neighbors and your families to take that same pledge. Second, we were honored. Courage will not skip this generation. Peace and power.
Before I introduce the next guest, I wish that you could see the fact that kids at the mercy of people are as far back as World War II Memorial. Give yourselves a round of applause. It's a full house, and buses are backed up, still trying to get here. The official program starts at 11, and we still have buses coming in. Our next speaker, Dr. Maneska Elatambi, Senior Vice President, CPO, Communities Without Borders International. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
During the last century, individuals and groups were committed to realizing the dream that Dr. King declared in the 1963 March on Washington. His vision was for a world where freedom, justice, and equality reign. Today, that challenge remains. Perhaps even more important is its rearticulation in terms that resonate with the citizens of this century. The youth you see standing with me today, they are youth without boundaries, closely associated with the ideas of freedom, justice, and equality is a society that makes them possible. Such conditions ensure equal treatment and access to the pursuit of happiness that is the promise of America's most cherished ideals. This year's 50th anniversary of the March on Washington presents an opportunity to launch a new challenge that will raise the consciousness of the world, the urgency of now, for affordable quality education, for jobs, for employment, for safe communities, and a peaceful society. Realizing Dr. King's dream demands responding to such.
He really doesn't need any introduction. At MSNBC, we simply refer to him as Big Red. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ed Schultz.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. I am a product of forced busing for racial equality. I take you back to the 70s, where diversity was a word that was foreign to America, but it was the future.
We're back here, 1480 AM, We Act Radio, broadcasting live from the 50th anniversary March on Washington. My name is Garland Gilchrist from MoveOn.org, and I'm here with my co-host Bridget, and we're just delighted to be speaking with Millie Silva, who is running for Lieutenant Governor on the first all-woman ticket in the history of in the state of New Jersey, and like the third one in the country running for Lieutenant Governor. I just want to thank you for coming here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Fantastic. And so our first question for you is, what does it mean for you to be here and to participate in this 50th anniversary March on Washington?
Well, first I had to say that as a member and a leader of 1199 SEIU that represents healthcare workers, I am so proud to be here because 50 years ago, there were 1,000 healthcare workers from 1199 who came down to DC for this march, and today there are 3,000 who are coming down to DC, including healthcare workers from New Jersey, which is the great state for which I'm running for Lieutenant Governor.
Fantastic.
Awesome. So we have so many different coalitions represented here. You mentioned the union support. Tell us a little bit about what it means to represent workers' rights here in New Jersey, in your state, and all over the country.
So I spent my entire life advocating on behalf of working class and middle class families. So to be here where we are both commemorating the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington, I also see this as a continuation of the work that needs to be done for people to have access to good jobs and equal opportunity. So in New Jersey, Governor Chris Christie vetoed minimum wage legislation that would have been tied to the cost of living, which is one step towards bringing people out of poverty. It's one of the reasons I'm running, and it's one of the themes for why we're all here today. People need good jobs. One of the ways to do that is to increase the minimum wage.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit more about what the issues that we're representing here. Like you said, there's so many things, everything from living wages in New Jersey.
As we're recognizing that every American in this country should have equal protection under the law, I have to say to you that I am running for making sure that the women who lost access to healthcare services when Chris Christie cut funding for Planned Parenthood, that they have access to those healthcare services. That for the men and women for whom Chris Christie vetoed marriage equality legislation, that they have an opportunity to have their relationships recognized. I live in a state where our governor has yet to take a position on the voting rights decision that came down recently. In New Jersey, there are 20% of the population are Latinos and Latinas. Governor Christie has refused to accept that dreamers who are here in this country and only want the opportunity to be able to further their education, he has refused them that right. And instead he stands with people like Steve King, who refer to dreamers as not scholars but criminals.
Terrible, terrible. I'm so glad you mentioned that because it's so important and it's one of the big issues that people are out here representing today.
Good. So, well, one last question is that what's the message that you want to send to all the people that are here, that are passionate, that are energetic, and not only remembering what happened 50 years ago on these steps of the Lincoln Memorial, but what do you want to tell them to do for the next 50 years?
I think it is to take the energy and the spirit that we are feeling here today and to bring it back home into our communities and in our neighborhoods and in our states. Because as there are thousands of men and women who made history in 1963, it is now our turn to make history in 2013 for the next 50 years. We need to change this world. We need to make it a better one. And it means that every one of us has to recognize that we are a leader. We need to speak up for those who don't have a voice and use our voice to demand social and economic justice for everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you, Millie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This has been really wonderful.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
My name is Annette Holt. I lost my beautiful son Blair to the streets of Chicago, to gun violence, and my voice matters.
My name is Colin Goddard. I was shot 4 times at the school shooting at Virginia Tech, and my voice matters.
My name is Lonnie Phillips. I'm a proud gun owner, but I don't want any family to experience the pain that these families and too many others have. I support sensible gun laws, and my voice matters.
And my name is Dan Gross. I'm a victim of gun violence, and I'm president of the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, and my voice matters. 50 years ago, on this hallowed ground, Americans came together from all races and all backgrounds to raise their voices for justice in our nation. And the voices that were raised that day mattered. They mattered because they did not end here at the Lincoln Memorial. They mattered because they began here, inspired by a great man's dream, and then resonated far and wide, because the voices that were raised that day inspired a greater chorus, an outcry for change, an outcry for justice from the American people that continued to grow louder until it could no longer be ignored. And we are here today to say, when it comes to the gun violence that is destroying our communities and our nation, that we, the American people, will no longer be ignored. We are here today to make our voices matter once again. We are here to say, my voice matters. We are here because a young black to die from gun homicide than a white one. And we are here to say, my voice matters. We are here because of the gun violence that does not make national headlines, the 90 gun deaths that happen every day, the 8 children and teens killed every day, enough to fill more than 100 classrooms. And we are here to say, my voice matters. We are here because of Trayvon Martin, because in this great nation of ours, George Zimmerman, a man with an arrest record and a known history of violence, can get a permit to walk our streets with a loaded gun and can chase down and murder an innocent boy in the name of standing his ground and get away with it. And we are here to say, my voice matters. We are here because there are children in our great nation like these that cannot even feel safe walking to school in the morning, and who go to sleep at night hearing gunshots out their window. And we are here to say, my voice matters. We are here from cities and suburbs and farmland, not as Republicans and Democrats, not as white, black, Latino, or Asian, but as proud Americans, all of us who know that as a nation we are better than this. And we are here to say, my voice matters. And we are here to hold Congress accountable, to make this the safer nation we all want and deserve, to make the cowardly Congress people who do the bidding of the corporate gun lobby fear us, the American people, more, to remind them that they work for us, the American people, and if they don't do right by us, they won't work for us much longer. Too many of our elected leaders have been selling us out for too long, and every day more people, more children are literally dying as a result. Well, we are here to say enough is enough, and we are here to say my voice matters. In the crowd, you'll see hundreds of volunteers with Red Voices Against Violence t-shirts like these. Just sign up with them, and next week we'll put you in touch with your congressperson so you can tell them that your voice matters. Also, go to www.voicesagainstviolence.com, which we're launching here today, and be part of the first ever petition that you sign with your voice. It's an easy and powerful way to make your voice matter. 50 years ago, Dr. King inspired a nation with his dream. He inspired the American public to come together as never before to stand up to great injustice. And he showed us what we're capable of as a nation when we have truth and justice on our side. And today, we desperately need to come together in exactly that same spirit to address one of the great issues of this day, the issue of gun violence. Now is the time to come together as a nation, from the suburbs of Newtown, Connecticut, to the urban streets of Newark, New Jersey, to the homes and communities of every American who longs to live free from the tyranny of violence. It is time we come together as individuals and as one to tell Congress that we will not be ignored as our communities are being destroyed, to make our voices heard in passionate support of the solutions that clearly exist, and most importantly, to say, my voice matters!
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tony Bennett.
Thank you. Lend your voice against violence. Let someone start believing in you. Let him hold out his hand. Let him find you and watch what happens when someone who can look in your eyes and see into your heart. Let him touch you and watch what happens cold. No, I won't believe your heart is cold. Maybe slow to warm on an evening such as this. Yes, let someone with a deep love to give his deep love to you. What magic you'll see. Let someone give his heart, someone who cares like me. Sergeant on the guitar. Yes, let someone with a deep love to give his deep love to you. What magic you'll see. Let someone give his heart, someone who cares like me. Someone who cares like me. Thank you.
I'm Ben Wickler, co-hosting with Garland Gilchrist of MoveOn.org for We Act Radio 1480 AM, streaming online at MoveOn.org, on Daily Kos, on Huffington Post, and at FlamingSwordOfJustice.com. We are joined here at the March of Washington 50th anniversary by Ed Schultz, the great Ed Schultz, Big Ed from MSNBC, from radio, from the movement for the middle class across the country. Welcome to We Act Radio. How is your day going here?
Good. Just had an opportunity to get up and speak to the crowd here in Washington, and my message, of course, was diversity. Addressed on a national level. To give every American a chance, and I think when we start picking and choosing neighborhoods based on their ability to tax themselves, I think that is a disaster for America. So that has been my focus in recent months. It's very obvious what's happening, and so it's an honor to be here today, to come here and have an opportunity to talk about that.
Yeah. What's the feeling that you have as you look out and see, tens of thousands, maybe more than that, people gathered here in this spirit of fighting for justice?
Well, fighting for justice is a generational and lifelong mission. You can go back to March 28th, 1965, when Martin Luther King was on Meet the Press. He talked about voting rights. We have that same issue today in this country on numerous levels now that the Supreme Court has struck down Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. It opens the door for radical state legislatures controlled by Republicans to make it harder to vote for the elderly, the young, the economically challenged. And so it's a poll tax. And on that appearance of Meet the Press back in 1965, Dr. King talked about a poll tax. He talked about voting rights. He talked about a general strike because workers' rights was such an issue. Back in those days, there were social injustices that were played out every day. Who could go sit at a cafe counter? What bathroom or sink someone could use? Where they had to ride in a bus. Those things have been addressed. But now there are still some institutional things that are starting to pop up as challenges for this generation to make sure that education, public education, is no longer attacked, to make sure that voting rights are ensured for every American, which is the foundation of our democracy. So I think today is very important that, all of the folks
word of advice
was 21 years old. He's part of a movement in Alabama. He said, "What advice do you have for me?" I said, "Don't ever lose your intellectual curiosity. Information is power." And I said, too often, too soon in America today, people grab a morsel of information. Oftentimes it's false, and they are guided by it. And I think that, and I told this gentleman, I said, you need to continue to resource yourself. You have the world at your fingertips. You can do whatever you want to do. You can be whoever you want to be. You can achieve your goals in America. I believe that America is the last great hope for the globe when it comes to freedom and democracy. And I believe that that can only be realized if people of your age and demographic understand the opportunity that's in front of you. The day you give up, the day you lose your curiosity, the day you stop seeking information about truth about issues and what's just is the day we lose.
Great. Thanks, Ed. Honored to have you here with us.
Thank you. Good
Thanks
to be
so
with
much
you.
for joining us today.
Okay.
And I'll get my two. Some things bear repeating. I am a daughter of the late Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones, Jr., a civil rights activist and a president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
Daughter and a benefit. Years. For all. Against gun violence. As the On August 28, 1963, my parents came to the march. My father wore his scars of indignity inflicted by a segregated army. They, like thousands, were full of hope for a just America, an America that could still make good on its promise of equality. Today, we commemorate and celebrate our progress. We are still asking, when will America make good on its promise? The dream is slipping away. Attacks on equality are metastasizing. Our voting rights are under attack. Whether it's the Supreme Court or state legislatures like North Carolina, there is an aggressive effort to silence the rising progressive majority. Congress must restore the Voting Rights Act, and we must build a movement for a constitutional right to vote. Today, we also feel the pain that so many felt in 1963. I, like you, remember where I was when the verdict was read and the killer of one of our babies walked without consequence. Never again. As Ella's song by Bernice Johnson Reagan goes, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until the
Hi, welcome back. We're here with We Act Radio, and right here we have Roslyn Barak, who is the chairman of the board at the NAACP. So happy that you could join us.
Thank you to have me.
Great. So one of the questions that we've been starting out with is, what does it mean for you to be here today?
It's an honor for me to be here to represent the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization. We're 30,000 strong here today. We were here 50 years ago, and we've turned out again because we understand the urgency of the hour.
Great.
Okay, so Chairman Brock, the NAACP obviously is playing a fundamental role in sort of organizing this event, but really just being at the forefront of the civil rights movement.
Talking
Speak a little bit about youth engagement and your sort of like fight to stay young. You've really done a great job in terms of digital media and social media.
Well, we appreciate that. We realize that if you really want to touch the hearts and minds of the people, we're an instant in the moment generation. And if you want to have activism and really have people feel that they can make a difference, if they do something, they can see a return on that. Social media is the avenue with which we can do that. And we've seen that when the Trayvon Martin verdict came down. we immediately sent out word to get petitions. And our server crashed because so many individuals from across this nation was willing to say, I've had enough already. We have to do something about this justice system in our nation, particularly when it deals with how our sons and our daughters are killed in the streets, and there's no justice for their lives, and it appears that their lives have no value.
Amen.
Absolutely. So Chairman Brock, I want to talk about that specifically because I'm a national campaign director of MoveOn.org, and we were honored to partner with you all so strongly in the wake of the George Zimmerman verdict. And if you could tell me a little bit about what the next steps are for that campaign. I know it was calling of the Department of Justice to take action, but what else are you looking for the next step?
Well, we are working with the Dream Defenders about trying to advocate for a law in Florida or across this nation. It's called Trayvon the Principles, and we want to make sure that when the issues come before us in our nation about how the justice system disproportionately penalizes our young boys and our young girls, that we want to make sure that these principles are reviewed prior to any verdict that comes down.
Absolutely. So I have one last question for you. So what's next?
What's next? We're concerned about healthcare. I'm a 30-year healthcare executive, and October 1, we're sending out a clarion call that every American in this nation must be enrolled in Obamacare. We call it the Affordable Care Act because we believe
One more question for you.
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I would like to offer this opportunity to the band to just take 5. Yeah. I got to beat them before the go-go music because when go-go, you must go-go. But we are here today, sisters and brothers, not because we want a day in the park. We are here to say, yes, 50 years later, we've come a long way. But we still have a long way to go. And I don't know which is the greatest distance. But for us today, we must be prepared to go into action. If we are going to respect the work that was done 50 years ago, then we have to go back with the plan. And our plan must be that we will stand up and make this a country for working people once again. That we are going to demand that the wealthy in this country return this country to the working people. And the issues that you hear us talk about today, we need you to go back to your representatives.
We are back. This is Ben Wickler with the Flaming Sword of Justice and We Act Radio. Joined by my co-host Bridget Todd of the New Organizing Institute, broadcasting on the We Act Radio live video stream, which you can find on We Act Radio, YouTube, MoveOn.org, Daily Kos, Huffington Post, FlamingSwordOfJustice.com, and across the web. We are at the March on Washington 50th anniversary. It is a beautiful day out here. There are tons of people out here, but we are joined by a very special one who my co-host Bridget Todd will introduce.
All right, I am so honored to introduce Jamel Bowie. He is a staff writer at the Daily Beast. He is among other publications, The Nation.
Of people that. I've been here for a couple hours just reporting, and I gave myself, this is really terrible, but a quota of different kinds of people to talk to. So like older and younger African Americans, older and younger Asian Americans, Latinos, and I've been able to meet that quota and beyond. It's just really heartening to see this cross-racial and cross-generational gathering of people together, but to commemorate and celebrate and like re-emphasize the importance and the necessity of justice and of equality.
As you think about this, the morning so far, is there a moment that stands out to you that people should know about who aren't here?
I'm not sure if there's any particular moment. It's one of those things where what's, I think, important and meaningful is just the event, the gathering.
Yeah.
I've hardly been paying attention to the speakers just because I've been reporting and doing photography. But simply being here and seeing how enthusiastic and happy everyone is like I think people should try to take away if they're not here.
Definitely. So you're a pretty young guy. There are a lot of young folks here today.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you to see the excitement of youth and so many young people here?
In some sense, it's a little typical, right? Like young people are really into things like this, and that's good. I'm not disparaging it at all. But just because it's typical doesn't mean it's not important, and doesn't mean it's not meaningful. And it is both important and meaningful to see. It's not hard to find someone complaining about how millennials are lazy and entitled. And this is a demonstration that millennials are not lazy and entitled. That
Yes.
they very much understand what needs to be done to make life better for us all. So,
who's the oldest person that you've met here?
The oldest person that I've met is a former public school teacher and union dude who I think is about 70 years old.
In talking to people, have you heard different perspectives on what the day means to different people?
Actually, no, I haven't.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's really interesting is that people tend to have the same perspective and cite the same things. They say economic justice and jobs. They say racism and racial profiling. They say gay and lesbian rights, which was actually a little surprising to me to see the number of older people who said it's important to secure rights for LGBT Americans.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a movement to me.
It does.
Pretty good. Thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much, Jamel. Honestly, it's an honor.
Thank you.
Let's march for freedom. Let's march for jobs. Let's march for equality. Freedom, jobs.
CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the organization that Dr. Martin Luther King co-founded. We are here today to say 50 years later, as I was a 17-year-old boy in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, watching the march on television, and my mother and father told me, boy, you can't play ball today. You can't play ball today. You have to watch the history of America and the world being made. 50 years ago, today, everything changed, but nothing has changed. We still have to...
Hello, this is Ben Wickler with We Act Radio, powered by MoveOn.org here at the March on Washington.
How are you guys?
One of the things that bigger vision for this country. What's your sense of that about how the movements are cross-pollinating and joining together today?
Well, what's exciting is that if you hear what every single person is saying on that stage, it's a little iteration of something different. We often work in silos, but it's an opportunity for us to realize that we all have the same agenda, and that means progress for America.
Yeah.
That recognizes civil rights and opportunity for all.
Sure.
And the only way we do it is as a collective. It's power in numbers.
Absolutely. And so one last question is, there are so many young people, there are so many people who are new to the progressive movement, new to the civil rights movement that are participating here today. This might be their first action. What's your advice to people new to this movement?
To stay excited and energized, because the reason people in Washington pays attention is because of what's happening right now. It's about making sure that we're participating in the vote, but that we're also making sure that we're holding people accountable. And when they see mass movement, they know that we're going to keep on coming.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Richard Kumar from Voto Latino here on We Act Radio. Pleasure.
I didn't catch your name, Bob.
Ben Wickler is my name.
Ben Wickler.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Until Joe McNeil agreed and came back with 3 other freshmen from A&T University on February 1st, 1960. Let's hear it. Woo. With John's help, Greensboro 4 launched a movement that would spread in just 2 months to 54 cities in 9 states and make history. John and the many Arab Americans like him who were part of the civil rights movement and the labor movement and the immigrants' rights movement and the women's movement, they moved to action for a simple reason. They decided to do something about something that was wrong. We stood then as we do today because we must. 50 years later, we see real threats to what was achieved and great sacrifice, but new challenges that Dr. King could not have even anticipated. Whether a Supreme Court decision against a key provision of the Voting Rights Act or sections of the Patriot Act that still fail of surveillance. Much that we
Fun.org website, on Daily Kos, on Huffington Post, on FlamingSwordOfJustice.com. That's my show. And I'm joined today by 2 distinguished guests. Damien McGonigal returning to the Flaming Sword of Justice, now in person for the first time. And his husband, their newlyweds, Sean, from the Family Equality Council. Jamie's with New Organizing Institute and much else. Guys, it's so great to have you on here today.
It's great to be here.
Now, how could this march for jobs and freedom, this march of people standing up for equality, have anything to do with the kinds of work you guys do in your personal lives and in your professional lives?
Oh, just a little bit. Well, we're people who fight for equality for all people. Obviously, we're very involved in the LGBT community and our work. All the issues that affect the community here, too, are affecting LGBT people. Everything from poverty to minimum wage to voting rights affect all of us. So it's important that we're all here.
Yeah.
And for families like ours, our LGBT families are uniquely disproportionately impacted by the same issues that we're talking about today: poverty, economic inequality, and especially LGBT families of color. And we both believe that part of being an ally also means showing up. So it's really important for us to be here today and stand with our community.
That's great. Listen, I feel like we're part of a particularly tightly knit community of guys with red beards. Ginger bearded men are,
It's a tough day for us outside. Yeah.
But,
Lots of sunblock.
One thing I've loved is just hearing, such a diverse array of speakers check each of the different issues that bring us together here.
Yeah.
How does that, how does it feel to as you watch the speakers to hear different people speaking to these issues?
Well, Sean and I both were involved in the United for Marriage rallies that happened outside the Supreme Court around DOMA and Prop 8.
Yeah.
And even then, we helped put together this group of people, this collaboration coalition of
up and
To someone who
with so many rights being taken away from us, whether it be with the Voting Rights Act or in places like North Carolina, where people's rights are being stripped away, whether it be women's rights, the right to vote. There's an important movement that's been ongoing, obviously, for more than 50 years, but it's important to see people showing up and seeing that energy that's still behind it, very much, even more so, hopefully multiplied.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Again, Sean, Jamie, and Ben, myself here on We Act Radio, MoveOn.org, and all over the internet from the March on Washington 50th anniversary.
Yay, thanks.
Great.
National President of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, Margaret Moran. Then we will hear, because we also know that there's a war against teachers and public education in this country. How many teachers are here? The president of the National Education Association, Rokel. And then last, but certainly not least, the man whose booming voice stood in this space 50 years ago, A. Philip Randolph. The president of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, Dr. Cleola Brown, will also speak. Hear ye them.
Good morning. Today, we pay tribute to the many sacrifices made by men and women so that this country can live up to the ideals of equality and justice for all. And yet, within Dr. King's dream. The Latino community cannot be defined in simple terms, for we are diverse ethnically, socioeconomically, and politically. But we can be defined as immensely patriotic, as witnessed by our willingness to serve and protect our nation during times of conflict, underscoring our national anthem's conclusion when we say, "O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave." Today, comprehensive immigration reform is being blocked by pockets of racism and ignorance, thinly veiled as budget constraints and border security. Congress has run out of excuses, and the Latino community has run out of patience. I also want to say a few words about the recent Supreme Court decision, Shelby County versus Holder. This past June, the Supreme Court struck down a key provision of the Voting Rights Act. With this ill-fated decision, the Supreme Court lifted the strongest protections against voter discrimination laws. 2 hours after the Supreme Court issued its decision, Texas announced that it would enforce its voter ID law, which had been blocked by the Department of Justice. The recent action taken by the Department of Justice is a clear indication that the federal government will not allow states to enforce measures that suppress minority voting rights. North Carolina has followed Texas's lead by passing a measure which includes draconian voter ID requirements that prevent minorities, poor, young, and the elderly from voting. We know that attempts such as these are designed to place unnecessary roadblocks to the voting process and deny the most basic democratic right to the most vulnerable populations. Today, LULAC We also know that they can only be realized if we stand as a people united. Dr. King famously expressed that he could not sit idly by because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We know that one person alone may not be able to fight against injustices that can divide a nation. However, what Dr.
Hello and welcome back here to 1480 AM We Act Radio, broadcasted live.
And a dream can inspire a people to move mountains and define a generation. The immigrant community
Test 1, 2, can you hear me?
appreciates that in this country, change is
You might not need these.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Just speak loudly.
American experience. Today, Dr. King's words still ring true.
Hi, we're back here on 1480 AM, We Act Radio, broadcasting live online at We Act Radio, MoveOn.org, Daily Kos, Huffington Post, and every place else on the internet. Broadcasting from the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington. My name is Garland Gilchrist II. I'm here with my co-host Bridget, and we're happy to be joined by the Mayor of Washington, D.C., Vincent Gray. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Glad to be here with you all. You know, it is so exciting to see so many people down here. There was a lot of anxiety about whether people would show up for this 50th anniversary or not. I'm looking out at this crowd. I think we've got as many people as there were in 1963. We also had a wonderful statehood rally this morning on behalf of the people of the District of Columbia, and it's the biggest crowd I've ever seen come out to fight for the rights of people in the District of Columbia. We just need to keep rolling.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. So the first question is just, we've been asking people is, what does it mean to be to you? What does it mean to you to be here on the 50th anniversary to participate in this event?
Well, it means an enormous amount to me because I was actually here for the first march. I was in school at the time of the first march. So to be back here again, you know, I was close to the Lincoln Memorial. I heard Dr. King's speech, which I think is the greatest speech ever. But what the important thing speech it was, but to make sure we do the analysis, know the issues that are still facing us, and recommit ourselves to resolve to be able to wage those fights, to get people jobs, to be able to bring about, you know, immigration reform in this nation, to be able to address the kind of discrimination and violence that we saw in the Trayvon Martin experience. We've still got not the same issues or the same tenor of those issues, but we have issues just as important now in this nation as we did in 1963.
Absolutely. So you mentioned you were here 50 years ago as a student. What's the difference in energy? What's the difference between the two marches?
You know, the energy level is very high out here today. I don't think people knew exactly what to expect. They came here in 1963 hoping to be able to support a movement that was still in its fledgling stages. I think people, one, heard a speech from Dr. King. They saw energy that they really didn't expect. And people did go back. As Dr. King charged, they went back to Mississippi and Tennessee, went back to the District of Columbia. They went back across this nation and really recommitted themselves to the fight. That's what I hope happens here today, that people will go back home, wherever they may come from, recognize what the issues are, and be committed to continuing to wage the battle for freedom, to make America live up to its ideals and its principles.
That's great. So Mayor Gray, so one of the things that that a lot of the speakers from the stage have been talking about here is equality, equal access to not only the voting rights, but also for jobs and for fair pay. And I know that's something that's been a big issue here in Washington, D.C. with the Large Retailer Accountability Act. Can you tell us just, where that stands and what the next steps are for the Large Retailer Accountability Act?
Well, it's been passed by the council, but for whatever its reasons are, the city council has not transmitted the bill to me. Really? We're trying to get people jobs. There's no question about that. And we've been fighting to increase the number of jobs in this city. One of the things that we're suffering from right now are already the effects of sequestration, where there are federal jobs being lost. We've created 25 to 30,000 new private sector jobs since I've been in office, but we've lost many federal jobs. So what we're trying to do now is start to create a new economy, get people to work in those jobs. And also, I want to be able to use some of these jobs as, one, a training ground to get people ready for the next step. And secondly, there is no worse situation for people than to be applying for a job and have no job. So to have people get a job and then help them move on to the next step. So we, like everybody in America, is facing levels of unemployment. Unemployment has come down in the city substantially. But we also got to bring more amenities to people. We got some areas that have great amenities. We got areas that
Absolutely. Do we have time for one more?
Yes.
So one question I had, it's not really a question, but as you well know, D.C. is historically known for activism, organizing, particularly of people of color. Can you talk a little bit about that, to be part of that legacy of D.C.-based black organizing and political activism?
It is wonderful, to have been born and raised in this city. What an absolute delight. I could have been anywhere else, but I was born and raised in the city. My parents, my mother came from North Carolina, my father came from Southern Maryland. Neither one of them even went to high school, but they understood the importance of education, and frankly, they knew how to raise children, and they knew how to raise children who would fight for their rights. And I've enjoyed the opportunity to be able to do that. That's what I've done with my entire life. It's one of the things when I came to this position that I wanted to do, and that is to be able to lead the people of this city in a direction that would have them better off than when I came into office. That's exactly what we're going to continue to work on.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure, Mayor Gray.
Thank you all.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Mr. President of Enough Project at the Center for American Progress, John Prendergast, and the National President of the American Federation of Government Employees, J. David Cox.
Thank you. In 1957, Martin Luther King went to Ghana, West Africa. He frequently spoke of the links between the U.S. civil rights movement and the anti-colonial movements in Africa. Since then, Africa has progressed dramatically. But for many Africans, freedom is still a dream. Peace is still a promise. For example, the two deadliest wars in the world since the March on Washington have been fought in Sudan and in Congo. 8 million people have perished. In Sudan and Congo and other African countries, brave African citizens stand up for justice and for peace, despite grave personal risk. But change is possible. Martin Luther King pressed repeatedly for a boycott of the apartheid regime in South Africa. This helped inspire a global anti-apartheid movement that eventually helped free Nelson Mandela and see the end of legalized discrimination in South Africa. This later inspired the Blood Diamonds movement that ended 3 wars in West Africa. This in turn inspired the Darfur anti-genocide movement that forced the Sudan regime to allow life-saving aid for hundreds of thousands of people. This then inspired 2 present-day movements led by students, one working to stop child soldier recruitment by the Lord's Resistance Army and Joseph Kony, and the other focused on ending the deadly trade in conflict minerals from the Congo, which power our cell phones. During the course of all of our lives, we will constantly face the choice of whether to be a bystander or an upstander. If enough of us choose to be upstanders, we can change the course of history on the things that we care about, and we can bend that arc of the moral universe much more quickly towards justice. Thank you.
Good morning, sisters and brothers. We're here today to not just commemorate an anniversary. We're here to make history ourselves because Dr. King's dream is slipping away from us, and we have got to take it back. AFGE members and all working families are under attack. The forces waging war on us.
Hello, this is Ben Wickler with Bridget Todd here, live streaming from the March on Washington 50th Anniversary March. We're on We Act Radio, 1480 AM in Washington, D.C., streaming live on YouTube. We're also simultaneously recording this on Google Glass because it's 2013, and get with it. And we are interviewing Ari Berman, who's a journalist with The Nation. He is a gentleman about town, so to speak, in the voting rights movement. What's going on in this country?
That is a very good question. What is going on in this country? So there really has been kind of an unprecedented attempt to make it harder for people to vote in ways we really haven't seen since 1965. And so all these new states have passed different laws to make it harder to cast a ballot. And I think that's one reason so many people are coming out today, is to try to protect their voting rights.
Yeah. What do you think is the worst anti-voting rights thing that you've seen out there?
I think the worst state so far has been North Carolina, because they passed so many bad provisions in their bill. It wasn't just strict voter ID. They cut early voting. They got rid of same-day registration. They flooded the system with more money. Now they're attacking student voting, shutting down polling places on college campuses, for example, preventing students at historically black colleges from running for office. So really...
Wait, how do they do that?
They're claiming they're not registered at their dorm, and they can't run for office from there.
No.
So that's the latest thing.
Terrible.
So there's a lot of really sketchy stuff that's happening down there, both in terms of the law and then the implementation of the law. It's really taking voter suppression to a new extreme.
Have you talked to the people who are like pushing the anti-voter stuff? What do they say for themselves about why they're doing it?
Well, they quote a lot of statistics about voter fraud and how rampant it is. I mean, there really is. There's no evidence to back it up. Yeah. But they talk about it a lot. Or if they don't talk about voter fraud, they say, oh well, we have to ensure the integrity of the elections. We have to keep people quote unquote comfortable.
Yeah.
With voting. And so really there's not a whole lot of evidence to back up what they're doing, but they've said it over and over and over again to the extent that people believe it. You know, they hype these isolated...
It's the big lie. Live stream today.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That went very fast.
State capital by the Dream Defenders. It has taken the collective power of the people demanding justice to protect our civil rights. Say our civil rights, our workers' rights, our women's rights, our immigrant rights, our Latino American rights, our Asian American rights, our poor Americans' rights, our American children's rights, and the world family, the beloved community. Yes, I stopped by to tell you this morning it's movement time. Can I say it's movement time? 50 years ago in '63, they fought for jobs and freedom. Yes, I say it's movement time. 50 years later, they have struck down Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act through the Supreme Court. It's movement time. Last year, 2012, we voted like never before. So it's movement time again. Yes, this sister from Florida, Mims, Florida, Harriet Hepburn.
All right, we're back here at 1480 AM. We Act Radio, broadcasting live from the 50th Anniversary March on Washington. My name is Garland Gilchrist II. I'm with MoveOn.org. We're proud to be partnering on this broadcast. My co-host Bridget and I are honored to be joined by Michael Skolnick, who's a board member of the Trayvon Martin Foundation and also the political director for Russell Simmons. Michael, welcome here to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Good. So the first question we've been starting off with people is just saying, what does it mean for you to be here, to be part of this 50th Anniversary March on Washington?
You know, I think this is the radio, right? So you can't see my face, but as a white person, I think the conversation has to be had about how white people fit into this national discourse on economic justice, freedom, and jobs for those of the underserved, which are primarily people of color. I come here as an ally. I come here as somebody who knows that I can walk down the streets of the New York City and put my hand down, and a taxi cab will always stop for me. I come here as a person who knows they can walk into a restaurant and no one will ever ask me to pay before I eat. I come here as a person who knows they can walk down the street and no one will ever grab her purse in fear of me. I come here as a person who can walk through my community and nobody will ever stop me and ask for my freedom papers and put a bullet through my heart. I was just trying to walk home with a bag of Skittles and a can of iced tea to watch a basketball game. So I come here as an ally, recognizing that young people of color in this country still suffer the great inequities that they suffered 50 years ago. When John Lewis, as a young man, stood on that stage just right in front of us and talked about young people. I see Philip Agnew from Dream Defenders today, who reminds me of a young John Lewis speaking the same inequities that we see in our system. I can't live a life as a white person knowing that my rights that I take for granted are not experienced by everyone in this country. And if I don't fight for those same rights for others, my life is worthless. And I might as well go to Wall Street, make a lot of money, and buy a big house and live in it and be depressed.
Sort of mild controversy around Russell Simmons and women. There's a lot of women represented here today. What do you see the role of women in this fight for racial justice here today?
Well, I certainly wouldn't call it mild. I think it was a loud controversy, and I think it was a controversy and a debate and a frustration and an anger that I certainly respect, and I think Russell certainly respects as well. He knows that the video of the Harriet Tubman was wrong, and he has apologized. And I know this man, and I know him well. And I know how much it pains it pains him how much hurt he has caused. So I can't speak for him, but I certainly can speak for myself. And I found the video to be incredibly insensitive and offensive, not just to women and black women, but to all people. And as I listen to this speech, and I see Mary Pat Hector, who I've known for 5 years as a young person. I've helped mentor this young woman, and she just speaks about young people. This young woman, Mary Pat Hector, is inspiration to me as a young black woman in this country.
Absolutely.
So I think that, women, I'm a feminist. My girlfriend's a feminist. My mother's a feminist. My grandmother was a feminist. And I'm a gay rights activist. I'm an activist for young black men in this country. I don't have to be a woman, have to be gay, have to be black to fight for those rights for others. So I certainly fight every single day so women can have a fair shot, because we know they don't. And when things like the Harriet Tubman video come out, it pains and it stings. And as men, we, as just discussing before, as a white person, we play a role, and as men, we play roles in the injustices, and not just the injustice, but the violence against women. I'm a proud advisory board member of Breakthrough, which talks about an international program about violence against women. As men, we are the problem of the violence against women. It's violence against women. We are the perpetrators of that violence. We have to stand up and talk about it amongst men, and not just expect women to march, and not just expect women to talk about how abused they are sometimes, or how rape is an awful part of our society. Men have to stand up. And so I'll stand up as loud as I can, even though I work for Russell and he took a beating for what he did, and I understand why, and he understands why. And this isn't just about moving on. This is about an issue in America that is real, and I want to be part of the solution.
I gotta say, just as a black woman, that was so powerful what you just said. The whole idea that men as allies and as really an integral part of this fight, honestly, that was very powerful.
Thank you for that. And look, I mean it. I can't look at my girlfriend, my mother, my friends who are women, my friends who are men, and look them in the eye and say that this shit is okay, because it's not.
Absolutely.
And we can't, as men. If I see something, I say something. If I see someone holler at some girl in a really disrespectful way, I pull him aside. I don't embarrass him, but I pull him aside. I say, you can't do that. What's wrong with you? When I saw a guy in the gym tell some girl that, he said to the girl, when I get home, I'm gonna beat you like you like it. I said, you can't say that out loud. You may say that in private, but I'm not going to appreciate that. So if we challenge each other, just like if I hear a white person use the N-word, I pull them aside. I said, you can't say that.
Call out culture. Gotta do it.
So I'm not, and if you want to put a bullet through my heart because I do that, then put a bullet through my heart. I'm not afraid of it, because I want my child and I want your child and your child to live in a life that's honest and real, and I want to live in a life that's honest and real.
So then, last question, Michael. So what do you say to there's young people who may have just entered or just had their conscience raised to become a part of the new progressive movement, the new civil rights movement that's really come, and a lot of people who were animated by the Trayvon Martin murder. And so what do you say to people, regardless of their background, regardless of, you know, what their experiences have been, what's the best way for them to participate, not only in that struggle, but in the broader struggle?
You know, I got an email this morning from someone who's very prominent in the Justice for Trayvon movement. He told me that I was the reason why he got involved. And I didn't even remember that, because for me, I just go to work every day. And I'm so inspired by him. He's a hero of mine. His name is Daniel Marie, he runs Million Hoodies. And I didn't even realize that I was the catalyst for him to be involved. So whatever catalyst you find to get involved, my only piece of advice is surround yourself with people who are better than you. If you're just entering the movement for the first time and you don't know what's going on, you're a little intimidated, you don't know how to get involved, surround yourself with people that you look up to. You may have to tell them that at that moment, but just be around them. They're gonna rub off on you a little bit. And just be in that environment where young people who are your peers uplift you. And then you're gonna figure out your role, where you fit in, whether it's gonna be on the radio, whether it's gonna be on stage, whether it's gonna be, you know, a lawyer, a doctor, a president, whatever it might be, an activist, a designer to make the signs, make the t-shirts. You'll find your way. But don't walk into the room thinking that you know everything. I'm a believer that if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Unless you're a teacher, right? But if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. So I constantly try to get in rooms that inspire me. And if you're just entering the movement, it's fun, right? Although it's hard work, it's fun. It's incredible experience to be uplifted by the work of so many amazing people, and just hang out. Say to someone who you see, you know, can I hang out with you for the day? I constantly have folks come to my office for an hour, for a day, for a couple hours, and hang out with me.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Michael, for coming here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of the March on Washington.
My pleasure.
Thanks again.
Thank you. As I got you being so nice and mild content.
Together.
Good afternoon. At times like this, I think about one thing my mother used to tell me. I was raised by an interracial couple, grandson of Mexican immigrants. And my mother said, whenever you find yourself in a situation where you're representing this family, you stand up. And today I stand up as a black gay man, ordained in the church, in love with God, filled with faith, as the director of faith partnerships for the Human Rights Campaign, affirming that we all are made in the likeness and image of God. There's freedoms that we have won in the LGBT movement, but that's not enough. I'm the father of 5 children. And unless my sons and my daughters are protected, we've not done enough. And so we at the Human Rights Campaign, we join our faith with your faith. We look for an end to discrimination in all its forms. No more religious bigotry. No more racist bigotry. No more violence bigotry. Today we stand tall. It's not enough that we stand up, but we stand together. We join our faith with your faith. And we look to an end to employment discrimination. We thank you for this honor, and we commit our time, our energy, our resources as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people to work for freedom for all Americans. Thank you, and God bless you.
Fired up! Ready to go! Fired up! Ready to go! When they say no, you can't, we say yes.
Hi, we're back with We Act Radio, broadcasting live on We Act Radio, MoveOn.org, Huffington Post, Daily Kos, YouTube, all other places on the web. And I'm here with a very important guest. I'm super excited to have him on. It is Marcus Bright, the Executive Director of Education for a Better America. And we're just really excited to have you here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
So one of the questions we've been starting out with all of our guests is sort of just what does it mean for you to be here today?
I think that, we really have to pay homage to those who made so many significant sacrifices so that we can have a better way of life. I'm the first generation of my family not to pick cotton. My mother grew up picking cotton in Alamo, Tennessee. It's called hands. And so education was the vehicle that created a better way of life for us. And so I'm just really here to fight for that civil right. I believe that it's the civil rights issue of the 21st century. And the same way that the Congress bailed out banks and Wall Street firms, we want them to bail out our public education system in the country. We're seeing a crisis in cities like Chicago, where they closed 54 schools, Philadelphia, where they closed 23 schools. 57,000 young people are being kicked off of the Head Start program. We need investment into the universal pre-K. So there's a huge investment that we're really calling for here, trying to put it on the agenda, want to put pressure on Congress to pass that legislation.
Absolutely.
That's from the governmental standpoint, but there's also, our organization tries to, there's also many things that we can do from the community standpoint. So what we've launched a higher education awareness and dropout prevention initiative, because every year 1 million students drop out of high school, and a high school dropout is twice as likely to become unemployed. And most of the new jobs that are going to be created will require some type of post-secondary education.
Absolutely.
And so we partner with Miami-Dade County Schools, the Florida International University, the Compton Unified School District, the City of Philadelphia. So we do programming across the country. And in concert, the National Action Network, Reverend Sharpton's organization, is actually our sister organization. And our board president is Dominique Sharpton, which is her daughter. She'll be introducing Merle Evers.
Oh, wow.
Impact, because we believe education is the silver bullet for unemployment, the silver bullet for youth violence, the silver bullet really for our future, and our young people. The future for our young people is really at stake right here today, and that's why we're here today. That's why I'm here today, really trying to put young people on the agenda, because they can't vote a lot of times, and a lot of times they get ignored in our political process. I think that's a travesty.
So that's fantastic. And I want to ask you a question about, we talk a lot about the challenges to public education in big cities. I'm from Detroit, which is obviously going through a very serious issue with the education reform fight is really kind of ground zero there as well. But I want to talk about, what do you see as the biggest challenges to public education in rural communities, like parts of Alabama, parts of Tennessee, like where you're from, etc. What do you think the biggest challenges to education are there?
Well, my mother, she's a teacher in Sharon, Tennessee. And I'm African American, but her school is 99% white. 99% of the students are on free and reduced lunch, and so they've been duped to feel that if you vote for tax cuts for the rich, that they almost vote against their own economic interests. Right. So the picture of poverty is, in so many cases, is urban and black. When the majority of people that are impoverished numerically are actually white people. And specifically skewed towards those rural areas. If we look back in history, the way that the Great Society was passed by Lyndon Johnson and it really built up by Kennedy, they went into the Mississippi Delta, they went into Appalachia and showed white poverty so that they can identify. It's going to take a broad coalition to pass some of this legislation. No piece of legislation was ever passed just with votes of the Congressional Black Caucus, or just with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. But and what's so beautiful about this march is that you see people from all ethnicities, all backgrounds coming together around different issues and putting pressure, hopefully putting pressure on issues because the status quo is unacceptable, especially in Congress today.
Right. So I actually have one last question. So I have young cousins. They are young black males like yourself. And I remember one of my cousins was really close to dropping out of high school. And one of the things he said was, there's just no one there who looks like me. So what can we do to get more black men specifically in the public education system?
Well, I think that there is one model, and you mentioned Detroit, we actually launched a sports and academics initiative where they play basketball, but then we have workshops on the entire college admissions process, workshops on STEM careers. And so we have to take that same mentality that we have with athletics. So if you're gifted, if you're really fast, or if you have a great jump shot, if you have handles, we'll develop that. We'll put you in camps. So we need to use that same strategy with a young person that's talented in math or in science to really get them interested, because half of the new jobs that are going to be created are going to be in these STEM fields: right. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And those jobs in STEM fields are going to earn 26% more. So we have to get more of our young people in that pipeline and get them in there early. So we have to, as a community, really encourage them to develop their math skills so that they can be in contention and really get out a career plan for their lives.
Absolutely. Well, Marcus, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Those
those moments to gather together and unite as an opportunity to energize a movement. Forward, never, always. Backward, never. Up, you brothers and sisters, we are mighty and we can accomplish what we will. Thank you very much for supporting the National Action Network, and we intend to join you for a movement.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Ball. I'm host of The Cycle on MSNBC and a former congressional candidate. And I have to tell you, it's a little hot on here today, but I know that y'all can make it a whole lot hotter. It's my pleasure to introduce this morning the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, the first African American mayor of her city, former president of Delta Sigma Theta, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. I want you to know that in 1963, there were only 6 African Americans in the House of Representatives, and today there are 43, and there are many of them sitting right here in this front row. Today we stand on the shoulders of giants, giants who marched, fought, and died so that everyone, no matter their race, could have access to the American dream. I have no doubt that the men and women who birthed the civil rights movement would say today that civil rights is unfinished business. We are still fighting today for equal access to a quality education for all people. We continue to fight for good jobs and equal pay. We continue to fight for fair housing, and believe it or not, we continue the fight for the unabridged right to vote. We are fighting today for equal justice under law, and we all know what I'm talking about. The efforts we've seen over the past few years to roll back the clock must fire up the civil rights movement of today. I'm here to remind you that tomorrow's dream depends on today's movement. We've come this far. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. It is time for us to get uncomfortable. It is time for us to be inconvenienced. We are living in a time of great challenge and great controversy. We cannot rest, we must not rest until our work is done. So I'm here to remind you that it is time for us to do something, to stand for something, to say something, to march for something, to go forward, always go forward. Civil rights is unfinished business, and each one of us needs to make it our business. Thank you.
Next up, to introduce our U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, is the Mayor of Richmond, Virginia, Mayor Dwight Jones.
This is Ben Wickler and Garland Gilchrist here with We Act Radio, streaming live at MoveOn.org, also on Huffington Post, Daily Kos, YouTube, FlamingSwordOfJustice.com, all over the internet from the March on Washington 50th anniversary. And we're joined here by the founder of Million Hoodies. Maybe you could introduce yourself to our listeners out and across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Daniel Marie. I'm the founder and executive director of the Million Hoodies Movement for Justice. Million Hoodies was created in the aftermath of Trayvon Martin's shooting. We mobilized people around the country, about 50,000 people around the country, to take to the streets, to stand in solidarity with Trayvon's parents. And we really galvanized people to sign the petition on change.org.
Yeah.
We were able to create, to get 2 million petition signatures, which became the fastest growing petition in the history of the internet.
I was running Change.org's campaign team at the time.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Barrier to entry, civic engagement for young people especially. Our main focus right now is really providing our chapters with the resources that they need. With the resources that they need to have an impact on their local state legislatures, their local city councils, which is so important, as we saw in New York just yesterday with the vote to overturn Bloomberg's veto.
Our teams are both gesturing to us. Reverend Jackson is just wrapping up, so we should jump. But thanks so much for joining us for this moment, and I hope folks go to Million Hoodies Movement website and get involved.
Great, thank you for having me.
Appreciate it.
Country's lawyer. He is the 82nd Attorney General of the United States of America, the first African American to hold that office. Join me in welcoming Eric Holder.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be here today among so many friends, distinguished civil rights leaders, members of Congress, and fellow citizens who fought, rallied, and organized from the streets of this nation to the halls of our Capitol to advance the cause of justice. 50 years ago, Dr. King shared his dream with the world and described visions for a society that offered and delivered the promise of equal justice under law. He assured his fellow citizens that his the courage and the commitment to work toward it. And he urged them to do just that by calling for no more and no less than equal justice, by standing up for the civil rights to which everyone is entitled, and by speaking out in the face of hatred, violence, and defiance.
Because the noise is so loud.
They're not on anyway. Okay.
Yeah, you can hardly hear them.
All right.
Honor of a right regime and the pursuit of a sacred truth that's
Is he about to come?
the history of our nation's country.
I'm sorry about this. I'm not following my producer's orders. I guess Reverend Jackson is about to sit down with us.
It don't make any difference. Either way, y'all just what you got to do.
Yeah.
Your call. You the boss. I can sit down and ask
Birmingham through Selma and Tuscaloosa. They marched in spite of animosity, oppression, and brutality, because they believed in the greatness of what this nation could become and despaired of the founding promises not kept. Their focus at that time was the sacred and sadly unmet commitments of the American system as it applied to African Americans. As we gather today, 50 years later, their march is now our march, and it must go on. And our focus has broadened to include the cause of women, of Latinos, of Asian Americans, of lesbians, of gays, of people with disabilities.
Hello, this is Ben Wickler and Garland Gilchrist with We Act Radio and MoveOn.org, streaming live online from the March on Washington 50th anniversary. We're joined by Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. Thank you so much for being with us. My first political memory, I was 7 years old. You were running for president, and I came to your rally in Madison, Wisconsin. You gave me a hug, and that's the first thing I remember.
Hug number
in
two.
all politics. All right. Well, thank you.
Well, you know, as I remember 50 years ago, there was so much fear. The government was promulgating the fear. The 5 military bases around D.C., including the naval base in Anacostia, were under alert. The police could not take a leave. They were on alert. All judges were positioned to lock up people, and they had a deal where if somebody rushed the stage, they were preparing for that. They were going to pull the plug on the speaker and let Mahalia Jackson sing that he got the whole world in his hand. I mean, this was fear. And of course, that time from Texas across to Florida, up to Maryland, we were living under racial anarchy. we couldn't use a single public toilet. I was arrested trying to use a public library, and then arrested trying to use a downtown had to sit behind Nazi prisoners of war on American military bases. Anarchy. But you know, here we are today. We have closed the social gap, but the disparity gap has gotten wider. The impact of the Iraq war is a very expensive war. $2 trillion. We were paying for that war. 100,000 Iraqis killed, 6,000 Americans killed. Now we're escalating into drone warfare. There's a lot to be said about where Dr. King would be on where we are today. I think as much about him in Memphis as I do about him in Washington. Because his last move was to revive the war on poverty and end the war in Vietnam. In some sense, he'd be making the case today, revive the war on poverty today, get the constitutional right to vote. We've gone back to states' rights voting again. That's why North Carolina and Texas are going so wild, because they have now revived the states' rights. Again. And we must, student loan debt forgiveness must be a big deal. I mean, we've never known such high cost of education before. More than $1 trillion in student loan debt, greater than credit card debt. So many youth won't even apply to school. They can't afford to apply. Others can't stay. Others that graduate don't have a job. So I would think that today, if there's a real commitment by the president and those who speak, to focus, number one, on the protected right to vote with the Constitutional Amendment. Get the Constitutional Amendment to have a gun, but not to vote. Secondly, revive a war on poverty, which involves investment, student loan debt forgiveness, and revive the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, the conscience of our government. And those houses destroyed through subprime lending schemes, people that must be some plan to rebuild those houses, and that becomes a way to put America back to work and make it solar sensitive so that it's also environmentally secure.
For social justice, including you went and joined the Dream Defenders in Florida. What's your one piece of advice for young people that are getting involved in the movement for social justice today?
Well, look at the issue of your day. If we say today, let's have a boycott so we can sit where we want to on the bus, people look at us, you're crazy. We won that battle. So we must now sit in so we can use the theater. We won that battle. The battle of your day is fight against Parent Plus loans, making education less affordable. Revive summer Pell Grants. Last year, 1 million kids couldn't go to school because of summer Pell Grants, and then couldn't get a job. Student loan debt forgiveness. Occupy some administration buildings until student rates come down for access to education. Use your strength to fight to end the drone warfare. Drone warfare seems to be antiseptic. It's going to have the impact of boomerang. We drop a bomb there without a soldier. People have a way of fighting back. We call it terrorism. We drop bombs there. We say people who got killed innocently were collateral damage. Surely we know better than that.
Thank you so much, Reverend Jesse Jackson, joining us here at the March on Washington 50th anniversary.
Move on.
That's right. All
right. For your continuing dedication to this cause and your leadership of this important work. And I look forward to all that we will surely achieve together by advancing the cause that remains our common pursuit, by preserving the legacy that we are called on to extend, and by helping to realize the dream that still guides our every step. Thank you all very much.
It's my pleasure to introduce to you our next two incredible speakers, President of the National Urban League and 59th Mayor of New Orleans, Marc Morial, and the President of the National Council of La Raza, the largest national Hispanic civil rights and advocacy organization, Janet Murguia.
Hello, everyone. I cannot convey to you What an honor it is to stand on the steps on this glorious memorial right where many of our greatest leaders
Back here to 1480 AM We Act Radio here in Washington, D.C., broadcasting live from the 50th anniversary March on Washington. I'm Garland Gilchrist II, National Campaign Director of MoveOn.org. I'm here with Ben Wickler, and we are so honored to have with us Joe Madison, the Black Eagle, civil rights legend, radio legend, joining us here for our coverage. Thank you for coming.
Well, no, thank you, even though what we're you up.
That's right.
They can be bankrupt. They will never give you up.
That's right.
But thank you for having me, and I appreciate the fact that you're here, and I do hope that many of the people you interview and speak about talk about at least two things. Mm-hmm. One is statehood.
Yes.
Many people don't realize that Martin Luther King Jr. was one of the first major civil rights leaders that supported statehood. And 50 years ago, not only did we not have a congressional black caucus, but people in Washington, D.C. could not vote for president of the United States.
Really?
Really.
I didn't know that.
They could not. They did.
I didn't know that.
They could not vote for president of the United States. Matter of fact, they could. Their budget had to be established by Congress, and to this day that's the case. A lot of people around, and even in Washington, don't know this.
Yeah.
Your city council passes a budget, your mayor signs it, and then Congress can tweak that budget, they can kick that budget out. Matter of fact, the first budget that was ever presented to the United States Congress, the chairman of the committee that oversaw the budget, in his response to the budget was he sent a truckload of watermelons.
Wow.
What? Yes, to the city hall.
Wow.
That was his response to it. So statehood is a major issue that should be part of this. Now the second thing is all these folk will be at Union Station, they'll go to the food court. Maybe they might go to the Air Force, the Air Museum.
Space Museum. Yeah.
They'll go to some of these Smithsonian museums. That man over there selling trinkets.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, those contracts are given to private individuals. They are pocketing millions and millions of dollars. I did a show on that. That are making barely a livable wage. Wow. There's a lady I had on my show who worked at the Ronald Reagan Building, Subway. She's worked there. She's worked for Subway for 11 years. She only makes $9.75 an hour. She gets no vacation time. She gets no sick leave. She cut her finger in an accident on the job. The owner would not pay for the medical expense. She had to pay $1,200 out-of-pocket expense. And he docked her 2 days' pay while she was getting medical treatment. And I'm telling you, so when you go into these fast food places, you go into these food courts, whether it's Union Station or wherever, these are the people who are waiting on you. And I say this, and I'm challenging the President of the United States with an executive order that simply says any contractor doing business should sign an executive order, and immediately 2 million people would be lifted out of poverty.
All right.
Now that's a fact.
That's
important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
All right then. Good. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the Detroit shout out too.
All right, man.
Deserve access to quality education that will lead to jobs that break generational cycles of poverty. And our children should go to bed on a full stomach and wake up and attend a good school with great teachers. We must redeem the dream, because full employment and economic opportunity for all are eternal values that transcend any century. We will redeem the dream. We will redeem the dream so that this generation of Americans from all walks of life are active and not silent, committed and not complacent, as we stand our ground against those forces that seek to reverse the clock. There are those who wish to pass stand your ground legislation. We say we will stand our ground against any person, any policy, any procedure, any movement that threatens our civil rights, our voting rights, and economic opportunity. Commemoration 50 years ago is where we started. Commitment is what we pledge. Continuation is where we're going. This is the 21st century agenda for jobs and freedom. This is the new civil rights movement. Thank you very much.
I was instructed to tell the lady next to me doing the sign language to move 2 steps to the right. Sorry, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Ben Wickler. We are live from the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington. It is a new march and a new day, a beautiful day here in Washington, D.C. We're streaming live on We Act Radio, 1480 AM, weactradio.com, on MoveOn.org, on Huffington Post, on Daily Kos, all over the web. And I'm joined by 2 heroes of the new civil rights movement.
Wow.
Philip Agnew is one of my first guests on the Flaming Sword of Justice, my show. It is one of my favorite interviews of all time.
We go way back.
And Stephen Pargett. Gentlemen, you are heroes here today after this occupation that really woke up the whole country about what's happening in Florida, about what needs to happen in the wake of Trayvon. What's your reception been like today as you come here to the march?
I want to first say, we're not heroes.
All right.
We just got started, and the reception here has been warm. We've met people who have looked at us, and we've met people that we've been looking to for years.
Yeah.
Which has been a great experience for us. But we don't consider our work anywhere near done. So it's been joyous. Don't get me wrong.
That's
we're not
great.
all serious, but it's also a little bit of a mandate while we leave here that we've got a lot more work to do.
All right, I stand corrected. You guys come here as beginners in the fight of a lifetime.
We're students. We're here to learn.
Students here to learn, and that is an inspiration to a lot of people.
Yes.
There are a lot of people here today. This is their first march. This is their first action that they've been involved in.
Right.
What do you say to folks who are just getting involved today? This is their first time.
No time like the present.
No time like the present.
It's excellent that you're just getting involved, and think about it as just getting involved, because this is going to be a lifelong movement, and we're going to change the world, and we're going to create a world that's beautiful, and it's made in our image.
So you just spent a month sleeping in the State House in Tallahassee.
So comfortable.
I want to.
Awesome.
I can imagine.
It's awesome.
Now, do you think it's going to become a hotel now? That lobby?
I don't know, man. They got to get showers.
They got to showers.
Maybe,
All right.
I do think that we set a new precedent for how welcome that the community feels in the Capitol, though.
Right.
So legislative session and committee week is going to be very interesting.
They should hire you in the tourist bureau.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
We know the first floor very well.
All right. Could I ask, what is the moment, for each of you guys, what's a moment from that month that you'll tell your kids about?
I think the fire alarm.
What's the fire alarm?
They had decided during our occupation that they were going to test the fire alarm.
Yeah.
For 4 hours. Non-stop. A high
But that's standard
noise.
procedure, right?
Right. And random. And at 8 o'clock p.m., it was to commence.
Isn't that like an Abu Ghraib thing? Isn't that like what you do when you want to violate human rights?
Slowly drip water on our forehead.
Right.
But they told us, they put up signs everywhere. And long story short, at 7:58, Steve got us together and we got ready to I check my Twitter and I see a popular reporter, a well-known reporter in the Tallahassee area, and he tweets, the state just said that a bolt of lightning hit a building next to the Capitol, so the fire alarm tonight was going to not happen.
Yes.
So it was either a stroke of luck or some benevolent force or the pride of the people.
You know what, guys?
that was an amazing moment for us.
This is too much. Here.
Yeah, a lightning near a building somewhere around the Capitol, and it shut down the fire. There's some rumor that it was stormed from the X-Men. I don't know.
Yeah. Could be, or Thor,
Yeah, you're right.
Could have been any Marvel
Zeus is a good guy.
comic
He's a
book
good
character. Yeah, I like it. And how about you? Is that the moment for you too, or is there another?
Wow. I would say the moment that, we put in a lot of work. and we were the first outside group to trigger a poll of the legislature to on an issue to call a special session.
Oh, interesting.
So we had to get 20% of the legislature to agree to call this poll in order for it to happen. And around 5 o'clock every day when the doors would close and we would make the first floor our home, we got word that we triggered the poll. And it was the most electrifying moment because so much hard work that we put in and we did something historic and monumental. And we were going to make everyone go on the record and say their opinion and their view on what we were there for. And it was amazing.
That is awesome. You guys, this is the first of many chapters. Part of the first chapter, but you guys are an inspiration. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Thanks for joining us with the folks around the country. This is We Act Radio. We're on MoveOn.org, Daily Kos, Huffington Post, all over the web. This is the Dream Defenders. Stephen, Philip, you guys, I'm a fan.
Thank you very much.
We're all students together in this movement. At Dream Defenders on Twitter, dreamdefenders.org. Connect with us. We love you.
Absolutely. Be the power.
Be the power.
Thank you, man.
Stand together. Where they say that profound pledge, when we make those words not aspirational but true in our land, that America is a country truly for all of his children, her children, that we are truly a nation with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cory Booker. Cory, I was a member of the generation that was alive. And on behalf of that generation, we welcome your energy and your faith and your focus to the effort that has not yet been done. 50 years ago, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King stood here and put into mighty words the hopes, the dreams, the frustrations of millions of Americans, black and white, that the people of this land were not yet fully free, and that none could enjoy the promise of our democracy until all could enjoy it. We all know his famous words, the dream he shared of placing disdain over brotherhood. His speech was a resonating call to action, one that impelled me and millions to channel our own commitment for civil rights into a life of activism for justice and equality. But what calls us here once more was the pronouncement that Dr. King made, and he said, 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. That's what Cory Booker was talking about. America today has much to be proud of, in no small part thanks to Dr. King and my friend John Lewis, and countless others who wrote, spoke out, stood up, marched, bled, languished in jail, sat in and endured what Dr. King called creative we have made, which would not have been possible if not for the millions who sacrificed and raised their voices for change. But we are here, all of us, here to declare that we shall not rest, nor shall we be satisfied by the way things now stand. Too many people of our people still.
Hello, this is Ben Wickler and my co-host Bridget Todd here at the March on Washington 50th anniversary. We're here with We Act Radio, 1480 AM in Washington, D.C., streaming live on MoveOn.org. We're up on Huffington Post, on the Daily Kos, all over the web, and we are joined by a distinguished guest, Reverend Lennox Yearwood of the Hip Hop Caucus.
Thank you so much.
You are a fighter in this movement. You spoke from the stage just a few minutes ago.
I did.
And now you're here with us on the microphone. Thank you for joining us.
And enjoying the seat very much so.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Well, tell us what's your favorite part of today so far here at the 50th anniversary?
Well, I'll say this. The favorite part of today is that we are still organizing.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of need to march. People say, ask me, why are we still marching? I tell them, rich people march on D.C. every single day. Citizens United. So, so we should at least get one day out of every 50 years. We deserve that since they're here every day, And I think that's why we're here too, because I think that, people need to be seen. think for me in the movement, a lot of things can happen that can also be discouraging. The Voting Rights Act being gutted. While there's a lot of movement around Trayvon, it still hurts because I'm still part of this new generation, which is black, white, brown, yellow, red, male, female, straight, gay, theist, atheist, human. So our generation, those of us born in the 80s and 70s and 90s, it hurts to still be racially profiled. It's not kind of beyond that, but because that's real, and there are groups like ALEC who are pushing forth laws, and then we also reminds us that we have to do what we have to do to fight for justice.
That's right.
Absolutely. So, we have such a big coalition of different folks here representing different issues, and one of the issues I know that's really important to you is climate justice and climate change. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, today I'm rocking the No Keystone XL hat. I wore that on the stage, and part of my speech, being part of Hip Hop Caucus, I could discuss a lot of things, but I discussed climate change. And I felt that was so important because, one, I think that to me, while there are so many issues that we can deal with, if we don't get our climate change in order, or unless it's global warming, then for the next generation, in other words, here we are in 2013 at the 50-year mark. 50 years from now, in 2063, that generation will be in a terrible position if we don't change from fossil fuels to clean energy.
Absolutely.
So for us not to really discuss that, I'm not saying that, listen, I get it. People are talking a lot of different great issues, but to me, the issue of climate change, which is so important to have that discussion. So I want to make sure to bring that forward. Plus, the president spoke on climate change recently in June. We have been fighting regards to the Keystone Pipeline. I also think it's very important that I think our movement, which I love today. I went out and walked around and saw so many different people who were here. But I love the fact that I think within the climate movement and our movement in general, that we have to break down silos.
Absolutely.
So I don't think we can have a progressive, segregated movement. You can't have immigration here, gay and lesbian rights here, standing the ground, police brutality here, environment here. You can't have all that. So I think that's an important piece that we have to make sure that we can break down those.
And MoveOn.org.
We have a day set aside as a national holiday to celebrate his birthday. But he would want us to celebrate him, his birth, and his legacy by acting upon his agenda, by realizing the dream, by making the minimum wage a living wage, by having not just family and medical leave, but paid sick leave for our workers, by having quality, affordable child care so that our families the power of women can be unleashed in our economy and in our society. And you know what? This just happens to be Women's Equality Weekend. When women succeed, America succeeds. When people of color succeed, America succeeds. He would also want us to be fighting for voting rights. Certainly we must pass a bill in the Congress to correct what the Supreme Court did. But we must also be sure that every person who is eligible to vote can vote and that their vote would be counted. When I was here 50 years ago, people said, oh, and that includes voting rights for the District of Columbia. When I was here 50 years ago, people say, what do you remember most? And the music is playing, so I'll say this. Dr. King said this 50 years ago. The music of the march, the harmony of the civil rights movement, the notes of Dr. King's inspirational words must continue to inspire us to compose, as Dr. King said on that August afternoon, a beautiful symphony of brotherhood.
All right. Next up, to introduce Marilee Evers Williams, is the eldest daughter of Reverend Al Sharpton. She's the National Director of Membership of National Action Network, Board President, Education for a Better America. Please welcome Dominique Sharpton.
Our next speaker has devoted her life to the struggle for civil rights. On June 11, 1963, her husband, Medgar Evers, was assassinated outside in the driveway of his home while she was inside with her 3 small children. Medgar was a courageous pillar in the battle for equal rights and a tireless fighter for the right to vote. His death was one of the pivotal events that motivated hundreds of thousands to march at this very place 50 years ago. Not even 24 hours after his passing, Marilee Evers turned a tragedy into a movement for action and added feet to her belief to ensure that her husband's life was not lived in vain. She is the former chairwoman of the NAACP and the first layperson and first woman to deliver the invocation at a presidential inauguration. She has been a trailblazer in the pursuit for justice and equality, a fearless, courageous woman whose devotion to her family and the struggle for freedom inspired us to stand firm in our beliefs with dignity, beauty, and grace, to encourage young women of color that we too can have a place at this table as the next generation's leaders. Women confirmed to speak at the March on Washington here 50 years ago, but because of travel mishaps, she didn't make it to speak. Today, she joins us on the same steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Please welcome Miss Marilee Evers Williams.
Praise, thank you ever so much. What an honor it is to be here today, joining all of my brothers and sisters as we re-evaluate what we have done in these last 50 years. Unfortunately for me, I was unable to make the first March on Washington, and I never really got over that until President Obama said, "Please lead us in the invocation," and that was in January of this year. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and others, for asking me to lend a few words to this most precious gathering. And as I look out at the crowd, I find myself saying, what are we doing today? Where have we come from? What has been accomplished, and where do we go from this point forward? I think of one theme that has been played over and over in the past few months, and it's one that brings great controversy. Stand your ground. But I ask you today to flip that coin and make stand your ground a positive ring for all of us who believe in freedom and justice and equality, that we stand firm on the ground that we have already made and be sure that nothing is taken away from us. Because there are efforts to turn back the clock of freedom. And I ask you today, will you allow that to happen? Take the words, stand your ground, in a positive sense. Stand your ground in terms of fighting for justice and equality. We've had wonderful speakers here, and we'll have even more who will outline those things to you, but I think you know what I mean. Take a negative and make a positive out of it. Assess where we are today. Assess where we have come from. Assess where we can go. Standing our ground for justice, for freedom, for equality. And I stand here today and I ask the question, ain't I a woman? Where are the women that need to be acknowledged in this movement for freedom and justice? We must not forget them. We must not forget Coretta Scott King. We must not forget Betty Shabazz. We must not forget all of the other women. So if you do nothing else, if you take nothing else from my heart and what I have said, stand your ground for freedom and justice and do whatever is necessary that's legal to move this country forward, because we are on standstill today. Standstill that looks toward the back, and we must not have that. And I think of us as trees in a forest of people, trees with a network of roots that reach far and that reach deep. The strength of a tree comes from its roots. We have young people here today who were not born, who were not even thought of being born, but who have embraced the movement of justice and equality for all. Stand by them, guide them. For those of my generation, I say to you, sometimes it's necessary to step aside just a little bit, reach out a hand and bring up these young leaders that we have, for we need them in America today. This is our country, and we are the trees standing tall for justice. And we realize that the deeper we place our roots in this society, the less afraid we are to say to those who represent us, you do represent us, and we will hold you accountable for all of the things, because we are the trees and we have the roots through the strength and the power. "50 years ago, Dr. King and so many others helped to show us the way and give us the strength to move forward. I stand here today thankful to be 80 years of age and see all of those changes that have taken place and realize that there were people like Dr. King and so many others, and yes, Medgar Evers, who gave a life and lives for justice and equality. Let us not forget that history. Let us move forward. I'm going to move off the stage because I hear the music being played. But I thank you for your time. I thank you for attention. And I am thankful to be here with you today.
Our next speaker is Congressman John Lewis. Now, band, there will be no wrap-up music for John Lewis. 50 years ago, John Lewis stood right here and did his speech, which he rewrote and rewrote, I think 2 or 3 times, because they said his speech was too much fire for the March on Washington. But here to do that speech, well, you gonna do that speech? Do it. He risked his life. He is a member of Congress from Georgia. Please welcome Congressman John Lewis.
Years ago, I stood right here in this spot, 23 years old, had all of my hair and a few pounds lighter. So I come back here again to say that those days, for the most part, are gone. But we have another fight. We must stand up and fight the good fight as we march today. For there are forces, there are people who want to take us back. We cannot go back. We come too far. We want to go forward. Back in 1963, hundreds and thousands and millions of our brothers and sisters could not register to vote. When I stood here 50 years ago, I said, one man, one vote is the African cry. It is ours too. It must be ours. I also said, some people tell us to wait, tell us to be patient. I said 50 years later, we cannot wait, we cannot be patient. We want jobs and we want our freedom now. All of us, it doesn't matter whether we're black or white, Latino, Asian American, or Native American. It doesn't matter whether we're straight or gay. We're one people, we're one family, we're one house. We all live in the same house. So I said to you, my brothers and sisters, we cannot give up. We cannot give out. We cannot give in. We must get out there and push and pull. Now a few short years ago, almost 48 years ago, well, 48 years ago, almost 50 Alabama for the right to vote. I am not going to stand by and let the Supreme Court take the right to vote away from us. You cannot stand by. You cannot sit down. You got to stand up, speak out, and get in the way. Make some noise. The vote is precious. It is almost sacred. It is the most powerful, non-violent tool we have in a democratic society, and we got to use it. Back in 1963, we hadn't heard of the internet. We didn't have a cellular telephone, my iPad, iPod. But we used what we had to bring about a nonviolent revolution. And I said to all of the young people, you must get out there and push and pull and make America what America should be for all of us. We must say to the Congress, fix the Voting Rights Act. We must say to the Congress, pass comprehensive immigration reform. It doesn't make sense that millions of our people are living in the shadow. Bring them out into the light and set them on a path to citizenship. So hang in there. Keep the faith. I got arrested 40 times during the 60s, beaten, left bloody and unconscious. But I'm not tired, I'm not weary, I'm not prepared to sit down and give up. I am ready to fight and continue to fight, and you must fight. Thank you very much.
to the
So, I'm Randy Weingarten. I'm the president of 1.5 million member American Federation of Teachers, a union that supported this march 50 years ago. But first, I am proud to introduce a very important student activist, Ashawn Johnson. Okay, I'll hold it for you. Thank you. I'll hold it, you speak.
You want me to hold it?
Come on, go, Ashawn.
August 28, 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and thousands of others marched on Washington for jobs and freedom. Congressman John Lewis was the youngest speaker, and now 50 years later, I am the youngest speaker. And I am marching for education, justice, and freedom. All over the country, public education is under attack. Public schools are closing in African American and Latino communities. In Chicago, we have 50 school closings in African American and Latino communities. Budget cuts in all public schools and an increase in charter school budgets and new charter school openings. Every child deserves a great education. Every school deserves equal funding and resources. I encourage all of you to keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream alive. Help us fight for freedom, racial equality, jobs, public education, because I have a dream that we shall overcome. Woo! Wait, I heard it. Because
fought for 50 years ago, and that is what we are fighting for now. Dr. King's oration 50 years ago helped us create a better world, although we do not yet have the world that Dr. King dreamed of. So this must not be a commemoration. This must be a continuation of that righteous fight to achieve racial and economic opportunity at the voting booth, in our schools, in our workplaces, and in our communities. Yes, much remains to be done. It's been decades since the Birmingham police turned water cannons and police dogs on peaceful protesters, but it's only been months since the U.S. Supreme Court rolled back voting rights, and every day, in fact, every 30 minutes, a child is a victim of gun violence. The whites-only signs may be gone, but there are still signs of injustice all around us. Children born poor today are likely to stay poor. High-poverty schools where kids need so much are given the least, and discrimination based on race or sexual orientation may no longer be legal, but it is still lethal. Martin Luther King Jr., Bayard Rustin, A. Philip Randolph, and John Lewis understood the intersection between racial equality and economic justice. The civil rights struggle is a struggle for good jobs and decent wages. And while not the only solution, they got that educational opportunity is the highway to economic opportunity, which is why we must reclaim the promise of public education. And as I close, but a worker, a labor activist, and a gay person deeply committed to my faith. This is who we must be, not only a country that believes in equality, but a country that acts on that belief. So let's take a lesson from King. Let's unite people of faith in a national day of prayer to end child poverty. Let's use sit-ins to oppose stand your ground laws. Let's have freedom ring for the message of equality to states that regard immigrants.
This is Bridget with We Act Radio, streaming live on MoveOn.org, Huffington Post, Daily Kos, YouTube, and all over the web. We have two very special guests today. Why don't you say your name?
My name is Tanai Henderson.
And how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
And you?
My name is Khalil Rollins, and I'm 12 years old.
And where do you guys go to school?
Elliott High Middle School.
Nice. And so what grade are you guys in?
I'm in 7th. I'm in the 8th.
Ooh, you guys are so grown up. So what are you doing at the march here today?
We're broadcasting live from our radio station, live to 365, and just to take part in the march.
Great. How about you? Why are you here today?
Well, today I'm here to interview people and tell a little bit about the March on Washington to our radio station viewers.
Awesome. So what has been the most exciting interview you've gotten?
The most interesting was Jesse Jackson, because I've never talked to him before. I shook his hand, and it was really nice to meet him.
Nice. So how about you? Do you have a different exciting person that you met?
No, I think it was the same.
Yeah, he's really cool. I got to meet him too. I was really excited. So,
she listened as Dr. King spoke about.
I'm sorry?
Insurgency.
One second. Anyway, so we're so excited that you guys are here today. So what has it been like to be here?
It's been good. So,
nice. So what do you want to say to the kids out there, the kids like you who are here, who are watching at home, who want to be part of this?
I would like to say stay in school and do a good job.
Nice. How about you?
I would like to say in the next 50 years you guys should come down and do what I'm doing.
Absolutely. You guys, this is so great. So you're just out here interviewing folks, giving messages to the kids. So I have one more question. So what do you guys want to be when you grow up? So what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a teacher.
A teacher? What do you want to teach?
I think I want to teach home economics.
Home economics, that's a really important skill. How about you? What do you want to be when you grow up?
Well, I haven't decided yet. I do have a lot of options, but they're like bizarre, like astronauting.
That's not bizarre. You could be an astronaut.
Chef, or I don't know.
Well, you guys, I'm so excited I got to talk to you, and I feel really privileged to speak to you. I'm a little bit nervous talking to such important interviewers, but I'm really excited that you guys sat down and talked to me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So do you guys want to look at the camera and say, thanks for listening to We Act Radio?
Thank you. Thanks for looking at BF Radio.
Thanks, guys.
Steel. Today we march for a nation where the golden years of retirement are spent in peace, not in poverty. Today we march for a nation where our children, no matter what they look like, where they live, or what they wear, can walk our streets in freedom and not in fear. Today we march for a nation where we can cast our votes and have a say in our democracy without jumping through hoops or over hurdles. And today we march for a nation where aspiring citizens are respected as moms and dads and sons and daughters and friends and neighbors who contribute to America. But we cannot just march for this nation. We've got to do whatever we can to build it. Don't let this back to your communities, your neighborhoods, your schools. Take this spirit back and keep it alive. Take this spirit back and let us raise our voices together. Let us demand justice together. Let us demand fairness together. And together, let us restore the American dream.
All right, here I'm Garland Gilchrist II, back here with 1480 AM, We Act Radio, broadcasting live from the 50th anniversary March on Washington, broadcasting online, broadcasting weartradio.org, broadcasting at moveon.org, Huffington Post, Facebook, YouTube, every place else on the internet that matters. I'm here with my co-host Ben Wickler, and we are happy to talk with We Act Radio intern Keith X, who's here joining us to tell us about his experience here at the 50th anniversary March on Washington. Keith, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother.
So can you tell us just what does it mean to you? I understand it's one of your first time experiences as an activist. Like, so tell me about what does it mean to you to be here?
Well, for me to be here is that we come here to fight, to have equal rights, equal justice. You know, be fair. I mean, to have a fair system for all of us, for all different nationalities, not just for black people, not just for white people, not for just Hispanic, for all nations, man. All nations to come together and rise together as one. And that's the purpose why I'm here today. You know, ever since I was a little kid, you know, I mean, I've always watched on the TV how, you know, Maya Angelou coming down here fighting for civil rights. You know, I've always seen that. You know, Martin Luther King on TV documentaries. You know how they came down here. So we can have jobs, so we can have education, fair education, and like from this day forward, it's like, okay, like it's like I haven't learned everything that I wanted to learn because the system has not taught me everything I need to know, and that's the reason why I'm out here.
Great. Yeah. You know, we've talked to some of the kind of legends of the civil rights movement. We talked to Jesse Jackson Jr. earlier. We're talking to, Joe Madison, a bunch of people who've been in this fight for decades. And they are really looking to the next generation to kind of pick up the mantle. Do you, when you think about walking in their footsteps, what's the thing that I guess you most want to take with you out of this day as you go into the next phase of your life about how you're going to carry this fight forward?
I wanna take this back to my community so I can share with my neighbors in the community so we can rise and keep on striving for success, because without struggle there is no progress.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much for joining us. Keith X here on We Act Radio, streaming online, YouTube, moveon.org. We're on the web from the March on Washington 50th anniversary. It's a pleasure having you.
And I like to add something too. We love Jay Dilla. Do something.
All right.
No doubt. Hallowed spot. And the Spirit of God spoke through him and summoned a nation to repent and to redress the shameful sins long visited upon its African American brothers and sisters. 50 years ago, he delivered a sermon on this mountain, which crystallized like never before the painful pilgrimage and aching aspirations of African Americans yearning to breathe free in our own homeland. But Martin Luther King Jr.'s utterings of 1963 were neither a forlorn lament of past injustices nor a despairing diatribe.
Joined here. The voter registration work, but tell us about what you do with the NAACP, Martin.
Sure. Well, I'm the Senior Vice President for Campaigns at the NAACP, and so I run our civic engagement programs. I make sure that I work around voting, connects to our work around issues, and I work around organizing, that our campaigns are smart and impactful, and that we win.
Fantastic, fantastic. And so what does it mean to you, Marvin, to be here as part of the NAACP, but also just as an individual to participate in the 50th anniversary March on Washington?
Well, clearly it's something that resonates very deeply, I think, with a lot of us. I mean, but, I think what's most important is that this is not It's not a commemoration, it's a call to action.
Yeah.
You think about all of the things that Dr. King talked about, how far we've come, how far we have to go, and about the fact that this has spurred a level of activism in this country that I don't think I've ever seen in the 28 years I've been doing political work, where people are fighting, to make sure that we have a fair and just society, not just around racial profiling or laws around voting rights and health care, but that we are continuing to make sure that we show our faces at the polls and we make a difference.
Absolutely. Yeah. So when you look out at the crowd, what strikes you about the movement as it is today?
Well, I think the fact that it's diversified. I mean, we used to talk about civil rights in a very narrow vein, not because that was how we defined it, but that was how the rest of the world saw it. And right now, what's apparent is you look out in the crowd, the civil rights are human rights are civil rights.
Yeah.
Immigrant rights are civil rights. Workers' rights are civil rights. This is a broad movement, and this new definition of a rising American electorate is broad and deep. It's men, it's women, it's folks from the choice movement, it's folks from the immigrant rights movement, it's folks from the human rights movement, and our numbers are what's making a difference at the polls. So it's an exciting moment just to see the diversity of the crowd. And the youth that are there is amazing.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Absolutely. So given that the civil rights movement has evolved, how has the NAACP evolved with that movement?
Well, I think one of the things that we've learned is that our opposition is a little bit like a virus. They don't go away, they just mutate, they change. So we had to change with them. The types of campaigns we run are smarter and more technological. So for example, on Election Day, this is what you need to do to stay in this line. So we've made sure that we blended the old, our connection, our deep roots in the community with the new technology, whether it's sending a filled out registration form to every youth that turns 18 in targeted states, or knocking on every door in a community. That's what's exciting, is that we have innovated.
So let's say you're talking to someone who's not here in D.C., they haven't been to a march like this, they haven't done the work that you have. What would you say to someone who is inspired and wants to get involved? What should they think?
Well, the first thing I would say is that remember that all politics is local, and the elections that you affect, the issues that you affect, are not just on big election days like presidential elections. If you care about Trayvon, you care about who the police commissioner is. That might be a person that's elected, or the mayor that's elected appointed.
Yeah.
If you care about the court systems or how lines are drawn with districts that represent you, you care about who's in the state legislature. These are things that are local that you can make a big impact on. So I would tell people, remember to exercise your franchise, remember to exercise your right to vote, and remember to stand with us to make sure that we expand the voting rights law so that the cornerstone of the civil rights movement is still intact, it's stronger and stronger than it's ever been.
Yeah. Boy. So before we wrap up, what's the next big fight? What should people be thinking about as they leave here about the next action they should swing themselves into?
Well, we've launched one of the most ambitious campaigns that we've launched in decades around the Voting Rights Act. And we're going to be reaching out to people not only over the summer, as Congress is in recess, but heading into this election year. We have to make sure that we expand the Voting Rights Act, because that affects everything.
Yeah.
There are a series of campaigns that we're building out around criminal justice and racial profiling. In New York, we just stood down stop and frisk.
Yeah.
And so there are Trayvon's laws that we're initiating across the nation. So those actions around voting rights, those actions around criminal justice, those are big pieces for us.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Martin.
The least of these. As we struggle to recover from the worst economic calamity since the Great Depression, America needs a new Marshall Plan for our cities to provide jobs, infrastructure improvements, and a true lasting stimulus to the economy. While we're inspired today by the majesty of power of my father's exhortation of yesteryear, we must be mindful of his fundamental imperative of love. He sought the beloved community where we would live together in peace, justice, and equality. We must embrace that love and cease the violence. No more senseless Newtowns and Columbines. No more daily killings of our young people by our young people on the streets of Chicago and countless neighborhoods across the country. We need more gun control, but we also need more love. Yes, we all need love for each other, black, white, and yellow, red and brown, gay and straight, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and all of God's children loving one another. We must embrace love and hold on to that powerful spiritual which inspired my father's generation and inspires us still today. We ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. We ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. We're gonna keep walking. We're gonna keep on talking. We're gonna keep on voting. We're gonna keep on job building. We're gonna keep on educating. We're gonna keep on mentoring. We're gonna keep on community building. We're gonna keep on ending violence. We're gonna keep on creating peace. We ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Not live to see the full realization of the heartfelt dream held by our father for his 4 children. I am sad, but not entirely sad, for I'm reminded that he knew that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it does bend toward justice. And so another Yolanda, our daughter, you saw her come out here with me, our daughter Yolanda Renee King has been sent by God into this world, and the dream will live on through her. Thus I know that Daddy is smiling up above, knowing that your presence here today will assure the fulfillment of his dream in the lifetime of Yolanda Renee King. I can almost hear my father humming that anthem of the movement. People get ready, there's a train a-coming. People get ready, there's a train a-coming. A train that takes us to a land where we have decent houses and not dope houses. A land where we have schools that teach our children and do not defeat our children. A land where we have enterprising entrepreneurs and not incarcerated inmates. A land where we have fathers who create stable families and do not merely procreate innocent babies. Yes, a train to the freedom land. 50 years ago, Martin Luther King Jr. boldly ignited a mighty torch to guide our freedom land to our freedom train land here. And we are today standing in the midst of that eternal flame. If we could all but catch a flicker from that ferocious flame of freedom, we could each light a small candle of courage and in our own voice cry out, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." If we each let our own little light shine, then we shall truly overcome. Yes, if we each do our own small part in our homes, in our someday we will all be free. And on that triumphant day, we will offer up our praise to the God of our weary years, the God of our silent tears, who has brought us thus far on the way, who he has led us by his might into our light. And together, we as a people, we as a nation, and indeed, we as a world will proclaim in unison, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah." His truth is marching on. God bless you.
Next, distinguished theologian and international speaker and chairman of the board of the National Action Network, Reverend Dr. Franklin Richardson.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good afternoon. It is my privilege to bring greetings on behalf of the Board of Directors of the National Action Network.
All right, we're back here at 1480 AM radio in Washington, D.C., broadcasting live from the 50th anniversary March on Washington. My name is Garland Gilchrist II. I'm a national campaign director of MoveOn.org, and I'm honored to be here with Reverend Michael McBride and Desmond Meade from the PICO Lifeline program. They're going to tell us about why they're here and what they're doing. Gentlemen, good to have you on the show.
Good to be here with you, Garland. Thank you so much.
All right, so both of you, I just want to start off by saying individually, what does it mean for you to participate in the 50th anniversary March on Washington?
Well, personally, I was not even adequate education, barriers to economic opportunity are still just as pervasive today as they were some 50 years ago. So I'm here in my generation, in my moment, in my time, really wanting to deliver on the dream that Dr. King promulgated for the whole country.
Thank you. What about you, Desmond?
Yeah, well, I wasn't born 50 years ago either, but when I think about the issues that Martin Luther King and other leaders really raised up back then, and I look at the times today, I know that, we really haven't come too far forward. If anything, I would say that we took a step backwards. We just have racism by another name. We have lynching by another name, and it's called mass incarceration, felon disenfranchisement. So we have more kids dying in the street today than were lynched back in those days. And so I think that, that this is the opportunity for us to really heighten the need to really engage in meaningful conversation and action that deals with race relations in this country.
Excellent. So tell us about PICO and tell us about the Lifeline program and what role you all are playing in the civil rights movement of today.
So I'll talk about it nationally. I'll have Desmond talk about the Florida work. Right. But we are organizing thousands of congregations all across the country because we know the faith community has a very powerful moral voice that continues to help us understand what does God have to say in this moment. Faith congregations all across the country have a long-standing commitment to the poor, to the disenfranchised, and there is a very profound moment right now again where the humanity of a lot of our black and brown folks in particular is being diminished, where the ladder of opportunity is being deconstructed right in front of our eyes. So the PICO National Network really wants to continue to amplify the faith voices across the country, but also make sure that we're organizing closest to the people with those wonderful examples of that is Desmond Meade, who can talk a little bit about how we do that work in Florida.
Well, in Florida, there's currently over 1.54 million people who are disfranchised, and they're denied the right to vote for life. And so Lifelines to Healing, along with the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, we're leading the effort in really trying to re-enfranchise those citizens that have been denied. And we know that because of disfranchisement policies in Florida, that people of color or communities of color are being left out of the political discussion, and as you've seen in the Zimmerman trial, they're also being left out in the court of justice as well.
Absolutely, and then I know that felon reenfranchisement is so important in the state of Florida. Now, I'm from Detroit, and Detroit was one of the first cities that removed the box from the job application, so that we stop that level of discrimination for our brothers and sisters that come and re-enter in society and making sure that they can have employment, which is one of the first steps to empowerment. So I really appreciate that work. I want to get just one last question from y'all, and that's, there are so many young people and new people that have come into the civil rights movement, either today or in the last year, and the death of Trayvon Martin, etc. What is the one message you want to send to those people who are new to the movement and want to be committed to it for the rest of their lives?
My message is this: the next great revolution must be a revolution of our value system. Do we value all lives the same? And it must be an internal revolution that also has a very kind of public expression. We all remember the song that this revolution will not be televised. And I want to tell our young people, all of our young activists, all of our faith leaders, clergy, returning citizens, that we must make sure that we are changing hearts and minds about the value of all lives and live our lives affirming that the brothers and sisters in our neighborhoods are just as important as the CEOs in the boardrooms. All of our lives have value. All of our lives have meaning. No one should be defined by the worst thing they've ever done in their life. And I hope and pray that 50 years from now, the feelings and the pain of mass incarceration and gun violence and restored the value of all life.
Yeah, I would tell our young people today to remove the word can't and impossible from their vocabulary. There's nothing impossible. They do have the power. They can make the change. They can be the change. They just have to believe in that. You know, as a person who was once homeless and addicted to drugs and alcohol, for me to be a fourth-year law student, you know, there's nothing impossible. And if I can do it, I know that these young people out here can do 10 times more than what I can do.
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here. Thank you for your work, and continue on the struggle.
Thank you, Garden. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you for having me.
No doubt, no doubt.
Voted for those that succeeded him: Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush again. Why, when we get to Obama, do we need some special ID? But I tell you what we're going to do. When we leave Washington, we getting ready to march. We're going to go to those states. We're on our way to North Carolina. We're on our way to Texas. We're on our way to Florida. And when they ask us for our voter ID, take out a photo of Medgar Evers. Take out a photo of Goodman, Cheney, and Swerner. Take out a photo of Viola Luisa. They gave their lives so we could vote. Look at this photo. It gives you the idea of who we are. Second, we need jobs. We didn't come here just to need to continue these marches, and if we get tired, we need to sit down in the offices of some of those here that don't understand folk want to work and earn for their families. 50 years ago, Dr. King said that America gave blacks a check that bounced in the Bank of Justice and was returned marked insufficient funds. Well, we've redeposited the check. But guess what? It bounced again. But when we look at the reason this time, it was marked stop payment. They have the money to bail out banks. They have the money to bail out major corporations. They have the money to give tax benefits to the rich. They have the money for the 1%. But when it comes to Head Start, when it comes to municipal workers, when it comes to our teachers, they stop the check. We gonna make you make the check good, or we gonna close down the bank. Let me say that 3, we need to deal with building what must be built around and watch the proliferation of guns in our communities and in any community. We've got to fight against this recklessness that make us so insensitive that we shoot each other for no reason. Let me say to our young brothers and sisters, many that were on the program,
We owe a debt to those that thought enough of you to put their lives on the line. We owe a debt to those that believed in us when we did not believe in ourselves. And we need to conduct ourselves in a way that respects that. Don't you ever think that men like Medgar Evers died to give you the right to be a hoodlum or to give you the right to be a thug. That is not what they gave their life about. We need to talk about how we address one another, how we respect one another. We need to teach our young folk, I don't care how much money they give you, don't disrespect your women. No matter what they promise you, make it clear that you know that Rosa Parks wasn't no hoe and Fannie Lou Hamer wasn't no bitch. We got some house cleaning to do. And as we clean up our house, we will then be able to clean up America. Let me for immigration as we fight for equality. Let us not try and limit the coalition. We need all of us together. These bogus arguments about, well, they didn't suffer like us, or they are not as bad as us. The most insane thing for sick people to do is to lay up in the hospital debating about who's the sickest. We all need to unite and get well together. We should not be comparing pain. We ought to be strategizing and coalescing for all of us to have equal justice under the law and equal opportunity. You know, I want to raise this, and then we're going to do something I think special, and we march. I keep hearing people talking about Dr. King's dream. When I was younger, I said to my mother, my friends say, why are we dreaming? You need to be awake to fight. But my mother said to me, you got to understand what dreams are for. Dreams are for those that won't accept reality as it is. So they dream of what is not there and make it possible. They will romanticize Dr. King's speech, but the genius of his speech was not just the poetry of his words. The genius of his speech is with bloodshed in Birmingham, with Medgar Evers having been killed, with James Fowler that wanted him dead, that no matter what you do, I can dream above what you do. I see a nation that'll make change if we pay the price. Others saw voting booths we couldn't use. King saw the possibility of an Obama 50 years ago. The world is made of dreamers that change reality because of their dream. And what we must do is we must give our young people dreams again. That's what Lee Sanders and Randy Weingarten was talking about. You take the funds, you take the expertise, and you tell the children they're nothing. And you tell them they're not expected to be nothing. You build jails and close schools, and you break their dreams, and you wonder why they're walking around with their pants down. because that's what you wear in jail. And if you think that's where you're headed, you might as well get dressed before you get there. We need to give them dreams again. Not to worry about sagging pants, but sagging mentalities. If we told them who they could be and what they could do, they would pull up their pants and go to work. We've got to change how we deal with this. So we come to say that we are leaving here as they did 50 years ago. And we're going to do nonviolently what is necessary to put the climate in this country that will lead to do what we have to do nonviolently, to have a jobs bill based on the infrastructure. We're going to register voters in each state. We're doing town hall meetings in the next 60 days. We're going to target numbers and target districts. We need to bring new voters to the polls based on the principles and objectives of the movement. I don't know much about cooking, but I did learn how to make pancakes. My mama taught me all you got to do is put down the stuff and just flip it over. I don't know that much about politics, but I know how to do some flipping. And we need to flip some folk in Congress next year. So as we march today, we march with a determination to let you know that we don't have amnesia. We did not forget the price that's paid. We fought too hard. Our parents shed too much blood. There was too many nights in jail for you to take our vote from us now. Our vote was soaked in the blood of martyrs, and you can't take it from us like we don't know who we are. We earned the right to vote with protests, and we will regain what we lost in the Supreme Court with a protest that is focused and on its way. There was another dreamer as I close. A dreamer in the Bible called John. John looked up and said, I see a new heaven. I see a new earth. All things are passed away. I come to tell you, I know why they're screeching and hollering and talking crazy, because all America has passed away. All America that only worked for white males have passed away. All America that only worked for English speaking have passed away. All America that tell you who to sleep with but don't put food in the kitchen has passed away. All things have passed away. We see a new America. We see an America of equality, of justice, of fairness. We march because we're going to bring a new America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice, not for some, not for who you choose, not for who you like, but we're on our way. We're on our way. As we prepare to march, I want some of our leaders to stand with me. We want to honor and dedicate what we're doing to a man that made the long road and the long journey. Reverend Charles Williams, Reverend Toulis, Bishop Curry, Reverend Richardson, Kevin Powell, all these young leaders, Mary Pat Hector, Tamika Mallory, Janae Ingram, Dominique. I want us to show respect and regard for a man who has every day in the last decades have fought for us. And we're not ending no program without thanking those that made a way. Bible says, honor thy father and mother, not for their days, but your days will be long on the land which God giveth thee. Reverend Joseph Lowry stood in the heat of the day. Reverend Joseph Lowry stood up when others wouldn't stand. Reverend Joseph Lowry has paid a price. And because of people like him, we are here today. Another warrior who was slapped, who was abused, and took it so we could vote, is here with us today. Never got recognition, but now he's a winner of the Medal of Freedom from the first African-American president in the United States. He will come and have words and present an SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That's the organization Dr. King and Dr. Lowry and others founded. That's the organization that did direct action. I grew up in the New York branch of SCLC. I tell these young folk that work with me, I don't hear excuses. I grew up in a single-parent home on welfare. But Reverend William Jones in SCLC, Reverend Jesse Jackson told me I was somebody, and I believed him, because no man ever told me I was nobody. That's why I don't care if nobody gives you credit, Reverend Jackson, I will, because you helped turn my concept around about myself. Let us hear from the legendary C.T. Vivian. Did I forget anybody?
Thank you, my brother.
And then we go down there.
Okay, we're going down there now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lamel McMorris. I don't want to leave out.
No. What
Say
do you
your
say?
remarks.
Okay, all right. Hello, good people. Well, we're here again. After a half century, we're here again. Let's think about what it was that we really came to do. This 50th anniversary was to remind us of a time when we did not have too many leaders as we have today. This is but more than that, is to remind us of what we did in the past, but only for a minute. For we have to really think, what are we going to do when we go home? What are we going to organize around? What problems are we going to solve? What are we going to do? Because we have to position ourselves to really to solve the problems of our immediate future. In a short time, we changed the most powerful nation in the world. We really made it speak to us when it didn't want to speak to us. We made it lift its head and pay attention to Black America when the day was gone in their mind, when they would not have to think about it. But the most powerful nation in the world had to listen to us and is giving away for our future as they pass off the scene. The change our changing America and saving ourselves became the greatest drama of our time. We won. Our methods worked. We gave faith to oppressed people all over the world. The greatest spiritual leadership in America has been by African Americans. And it can be again if we choose to do it. If we do not choose to do it, we will not be. But if we choose to do it, we can create the future not only for ourselves, but for America itself. Our movement and struggles in the streets, in the courts, in the churches was more than political struggle. It has been moral and spiritual struggle against hate and violence, racism and cultural hypocrisy. We see it coming back around the corner when we think of Florida, both in the Capitol and in the streets. And when we think about it, it makes us understand that the problems we have to solve immediately, the now problems, is that the long-term problems we will wait for later, but right now we have to organize to deal with the immediate problems so that we can have the victories we need to solve the long-term problems. And we can solve them. Among them must be dropouts. We cannot be a people. We can't be a people allowing 45% of our young people to drop out of school before they graduate from high school in a world where it's taken for granted that you have to have a college degree in order to do anything. We can solve that problem if we choose, and we can do it on a daily basis and for the next year. We can't be a thriving, successful, forceful nation of people. How did W.B. Du Bois call us? We are a small nation of people within. And if we can organize it, we will be the future. Not only looking at those who create the future, we can be the future. And this is what we've really been working for during the last 50 years. We must organize to win, organize every segment of life. Our fraternities and sororities are already organized, already educated. So let them be those who educate those who have dropped out. Organize around people who have the knowledge, just like we do when we are listening to Al talk about politics, is that it wasn't a quick minute. He's been at it for a long time. We listen to him on TV because we know that he has the knowledge we need. And when we think of that, let's think of those who have the knowledge and plan to educate every dropout who wants to lift themselves above it. We can do it because we have the people to do it. And if we organize the people that we have, the tomorrow is ours. If we fail to organize, we will not have it. Add any and every problem of now, these problems of now, voter registration. It is well to have it, but we're going to have about 700,000 people organized in every block in Black America in order to make it work. If you don't want to work, you can't have it. If you're willing to work, you can have whatever you want. That will be ours. We can solve any problem we have. All our major organizations talk of joining together. Every organization knows that this could create a new movement, and a new movement. We need those that can lead it. We need those that are their own leaders to create a world in which we can operate. Let us not forget, we're still the new movement for change, the new people's movement for change. And every struggle makes a greater struggle necessary. This is what we're here for. Let us leave here to do it.
Let us call the chairman, Bernard Lafayette, to join C.T. Vivian in presenting this award.
Okay. You want to go down the steps now?
Yeah. Okay. Where's Bernard? Is Bernard Lafayette going to present the award? Who's got the mic to give Dr. Lowry? Dr. Joseph Lowry, here he. Y'all move that umbrella. He don't wear a polka dot.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Sharpton, for those kind words. Thank you, CT, for your eloquent words. I thank God for the privilege and honor of being with you today, 50 years later. Never dreamed when we chaired the committee, when Dr. King appointed us to chair the committee, to take the demands of the Selma to Montgomery March to George Wallace, governor of Alabama. We never dreamed not only would we be here 50 years later, but we never dreamed we'd see an African-American president. But thank God we lived long enough not only to see the 50 years of the March on Washington, but to see an African-American president. And I was looking the other day through some old sermons, and I found one that I dusted off, and I'm going to preach it again. The name of it was, Everything Has Changed and Nothing Has Changed. And that's where we are today in America. Everything has changed and nothing has changed. As we look at the parents of the young man from Florida, Iran, as we look at people like Johnny Ford and others who are gathering on the platform, I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're getting ready to do something here on the platform. But I want to say to you that everything has changed and nothing has changed. And we've come up here for two reasons. Not just to come to Washington. We come to Washington to commemorate. We go back home to agitate. I don't think you heard me. We come to Washington to commemorate. We're going back home to agitate. Because while many things have changed, some things have not changed. And we want to go back home to complete the unfinished task. We come to Washington to commemorate. We go back home to agitate. I don't think you heard me. We come to Washington to commemorate. We're going back home to agitate. We come to Washington to commemorate. We're going back home to agitate. Somebody ought to help me. We come to Washington to commemorate. We're going back home. One more time. We come to Washington. We're going back home. I want to hear from the people down there by the pool. I want to hear from the people pool. We come to Washington to what? And we're going back home. We've come a long, long way, but we've got a long, long way to go. God bless you, and God keep you. Thank you for acknowledging me. I see Sister Bernice King over there on my right. She's up here. I didn't want Martin to do all the talking and not let Bernice say anything. I stand with the women. You're not going to get me to take a position against the women. Hello. Hello. God bless you and God keep you. We're going to work for that day when justice rolled down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Work for that day when black will not be asked to get back. And when brown can stick around. When yellow can be mellow. When the red man can get ahead, man. And when white will behave all right. God bless you and God keep
Reverend
you.
Joseph.
We come to Washington to commemorate. We're going back home.
Reverend Joseph Lowry. Give him a hand. Now wait 1 minute. Are we ready to march? Yes. Now don't start ganging up, because we're doing this orderly. Elder Bernice King is going to give us a prayer. And then we're going to line up. Y'all that's ganging up, y'all be cool. You ain't gonna be up front no how. Why do we march? Governor DeFal Patrick is here from Massachusetts. Say he didn't want to talk, he come to march. We march because in the 50s it was Emmett Till. Now it is Trayvon Martin. Let me bring to the platform together the family of Emmett Till and the mother and father and brother of Trayvon Martin. Give them some love.
You ready? Yes. You got 1 minute. You got the rest of us. They're gonna cut them off.
Thank you. They say I have 1 minute. I wish they had told me that in Mississippi when they tied that cotton sack on me. They were very generous with the time. It was from sun to sun. But on this day, 58 years ago, was the occasion for the dream. My cousin and I, Emmett Till, Maurice, my brother, Wheeler Parker Jr., my nephew, we went to a little town in Money, Mississippi. And while we were there, Emmett whistled at Calvin Bryant. Because he whistled, he was killed. He was shot in the head, thrown in the Tallahatchie River. We cried, our hearts were broken. The Bible said there's a time for all things under the sun. There's a time to weep. But what had just happened in our country, when an American stalked another American, shot him down like a dog, and the jury said, not guilty, it's crime time again. We need to do something. Young people, listen to me. I was so upset that I taped the programs of these segregationists. I wanted to see who was supporting them. I wanted to see who was buying or paying for the advertising time. I saw 2 Japanese automobile makers. I have one of those automobiles. Before I buy that automobile again, I buy a skateboard. We got to change this system, young people. This is your homework. Go home, see who is supporting these bigots on our television. Do something about it. Don't buy their progress. And we're not going to march like the British. They tell me the British kept a-coming. They fired their guns. The British kept a-coming. They fired once more. The British began to run, but we're not going to run. They fired the first shot when they shot Emmett. They fired the second shot when they shot Medgar Evers. The third shot when they shot Dr. King. But we're not going to run. We're going to march. And we're going to change this system. Thank you so much.
The mother of Trayvon Martin, Miss Sabrina Fulton.
As I said before, Trayvon Martin was my son. But he's not just my son. He's all of our son, and we have to fight for our children.
Yes.
It's very important that we not forget, that we make sure we're mindful of what's going on with the laws. And remember that God is in control.
Amen.
Thank you.
Let us prepare to march. We will be led in prayer, and we will line up. They will get you grid by grid. But let us hear from the one who convened these 5 days, the CEO of the King Center in Atlanta, Georgia, Elder Bernice King.
Yes, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking.
If you would connect hands to whoever you are near, we're going to pray. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, God who has brought us thus far on the way. Lord God, we thank you to be with us through every situation and circumstance. We bless you, Lord God, for this great, august body of people who have assembled here at the Lincoln Memorial 50 years later. We thank you, God, that the spirit that inspired those 50 years ago is inspiring us today, Father. We are determined to continue the struggle.
Yes, Lord.
As my mother said, struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation. And so in this generation, we are taking up the baton, and we are determined to be vigilant until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. We pray even now, Lord God, that you would bind us together like never before, regardless of our backgrounds, even regardless of our differences, Father God. Give us the strength and the courage and the humility to transcend those differences, Father, that we might be able to join together as a freedom force to continue to move this nation and this world toward creating the beloved community and ultimately the kingdom of God. We thank you that on this day, old things have passed away, and behold, all things are being made new. We thank you, Lord God, that there is a Joshua generation who hears the sound, Lord God, and are ready to run with the vision. And so as we leave here on today, as we march, as our feet march, Father God, with every step that we take, we thank you that we are stomping on the enemies of our progress, Lord God. We thank you, Lord God, that we are stomping on those that would seek to keep us separated and divided. We thank you that we are stomping against discrimination and inequality. We thank you that we are stomping against violence and crime. We thank you that we are stomping against those who think they have the audacity to stand their ground, Father God, to take life senselessly, Lord God. But we thank you as we stomp that the stand your ground laws are defeated. We thank you, Lord God, for this day. And as we march together, we walk together like children, and we will not get weary. We hold on together like children, and we will not get weary. We struggle, we fight, we fuss if we have to, but we get over it together, and we continue to march together like children, and we pray together so we don't get tired, because we know that at some point we all will be able to join with Dr. King in saying, free at last. Free at last, thank God Almighty. We are all free at last. Amen. Thank you, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Reverend Michael Walron, come up. Let us set up our front line.
I never know. Yo, shit. You never. Get a picture with this in the back. Come on, come on. Yeah, y'all get out of here. See, Chief, when I get back there. Walk across the street.
Good afternoon, America. Thank you all for watching We Act Radio's presentation of the 50th anniversary commemoration march/rally here at the Lincoln Memorial in beautiful Washington, D.C. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. We'll have clips up later tonight and tomorrow and throughout the week of all the great content and interviews and anything you might have missed. There were some bandwidth issues here and there, so some of you might have missed parts of the stream. not a big deal. You can see it all again later today. Also, this stream will be live right away after we close it out right here. Everyone at We Act Radio, Kimon Freeman, David Byfield, Melissa Byrne, Ben Wickler, Bridget Todd, all the great people who put this great program together. We want to thank them. We thank you more than anyone else, though, for watching us and supporting independent media in your nation's capital. Signing off, this is Peter James Callahan for We Act Radio.
You say king, doctor, doctor. When I say live, you say dream, live, live. When I say justice, you say trade for justice, justice. When I say doctor, you say king, doctor, doctor. It's love, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 yeah. Love, 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 yeah. Shoo-be-doo-woo, shoo-be-doo-woo, yeah. Hey, love, 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 yeah. Love, 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 yeah. Love, 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 yeah. Shoo-be-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo, yeah. They all sit and wonder why this feeling I cannot hide. It ain't no question of pride, no. Hey, hey, it's love, yeah. Woo, woo, it's love, yeah, yeah, yeah. She's leave you froze when I spit rhyme schemes filled with gold and breaking seas like vein. As I let my mind and soul on this body. As I let my mind, soul, and body onto this paper and kick mad flavor on lines that I disperse. Shoving the logical verses while I'm well versed. I spit 360 rhymes on any 365 while my people die for their J's and bread. Wonder why this is, cause the more they're present and scream more they're not. Fuck them lying jails. And that's what the free is and look what it turned into. A whole bunch of simple ignorant kids. All what I do, kick loose on this instrumental and bring it to all souls who not illiterate. So let me go, yo. Hey, hi, it's love, yeah. Love, yeah, yo, fellas. What? Ha. Yo, DC, 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for the march. Let's go, come on. Hey, hey, what? Come on. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for the march. Let's go, come on, yeah. Hey, hey, come on, yeah. With love, yeah, come on, yeah. It's love, yeah, come on. When I say doctor, you say king, doctor, doctor. When I say peace, when I say Trayvon, you say justice, Trayvon, Trayvon. When I say job, you say freedom, job, job. Do you want it on your candy sweets? Do you want it on your pickled beach? Do you want it on your ha? Do you give it to me? Give it to me. Do you want it on your rice and gravy? Do you want it on your biscuits, baby? Do you want it on your black-eyed peas? Give it to me. 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 Hey, 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 yeah. Do you want it? Come on, y'all, DC. Do you want it? Yeah. Do you want it? Yeah. Do you want it on your rice and gravy? Do you want it on your biscuits, baby? Do you want it on your what? Give it to me. Give it to me. Do you want it on your candy sweets? Do you want it on your pickled beef? Do you want it on your? Do you want it? Hey, 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 hey. Give it to me. the show. 3 for the march, let's go, cats, go, come on. Hey, hey, what? 1 for the money, 2 for the show. 3 for the march, let's go, cats, go, come on. Give it to me.
on pushing. I can't stop now. Move up a little higher, some way or somehow. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Now maybe someday I'll reach that higher goal. I know I can make it with just a little bit of soul. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Now look a look, look a look, a look yonder. What's that I see? A great big stone wall stands there ahead of me. But I've got my pride, and I move the wall aside and keep on pushing. stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is